right. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Can I please ask you to quit talking? Thank you very much. We're going to call to order this regular meeting of the Citrus County Board of County Commissioners for April 12th, 2022. And as we do, we begin our meetings with the invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance. And this morning, Commissioner Kennard is going to lead us in those. So if you'd like to rise and join us.
Dear Heavenly Father, we come to you today. Lord, we're so thankful for the opportunity to gather again, to go about taking care of these very important decisions for our community. We thank you for the large public turnout today, and Lord, I pray that you would give us the right words when we're speaking. Give us open ears, open minds, and hearts for listening. Lord, I pray for respect in the words that we speak and listening to each other up here and with the public. Lord, I pray that you would guide us in our thoughts today. Pray that you would give us wisdom and discernment. And Lord, as always, we pray that you would be with our men and women overseas in uniform, and pray that you'd be with our first responders here at home. Keep them safe and take them home safely each and every day to their families. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Commissioner Kennard. Could we have a roll call, please?
This is a regular meeting of the Citrus County Board of County Commissioners, this 12th day of April 2022. In attendance, Commission Chair Ron Kitchen Jr., First Vice Chair Ruthie Schleybaugh, Second Vice Chair Holly Davis, Commissioners Scott Carnahan and Jeff Kennard, County Administrator Randy Oliver, and County Attorney Denise Lynn.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Could the motion to approve the agenda, we just need to make a couple of corrections. We're going to add item C7, also item E15, which deals with release of retainage, and also we're going to today delete item E14, which we'll talk about when we get up in that area. And if it's okay with the board, that would be the motion we'd be looking for, is to approve the agenda with those amendments.
Mr. Chair?
Sir.
The only thing that I would ask is item L1, our presentation, if that could be moved up as well.
L1? Oh, your presentation?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Sure. We didn't do it as a time certain, but just asked if that could be moved up after public input was done. Sure, that's fine.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I'll go ahead and make the motion to approve the agenda with the changes as noted, and L1 moved up to following public input.
Second.
Okay, so we had Commissioner Kennard make the motion, second by Commissioner Davis. Board, any other discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. That passes unanimously. Consent agenda consists of items B1 through B13. Is there anything you'd like to remove or approve it in its entirety?
Mr. Chair, motion to approve item B1 through 17, was it?
13.
13.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Kennard and second by Commissioner Davis. Is there any public comment on the consent agenda? Any further board discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay, and that passes unanimously. It takes us on to, we now have 7 proclamations, right? So we're looking for a motion to approve items C1 through C7.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve C1 through 7.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Schleybaugh, second by Commissioner Kennard. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. Doug, you don't count. And
It's time for that interpretive.
we will invite the commissioners down front for the presentations of the proclamations.
No, I'm good. Radio, they know. I got issues.
We're counting on you, Doug.
So much for 6 p.m. the limit.
Yeah, really. No, it's 5. It's actually 5. We ain't even 2 over. Yeah, I need it. Can I have the seniors and RSV volunteers come forward, please? Right. Okay. National Volunteer Work, whereas it's by the talents, generosity, and energy of volunteers that continue to be Citrus County's most valuable resources, and our community would be deprived of numerous programs, services, and activities without the support and involvement of all volunteers. And whereas AmeriCorps seniors and RSVP volunteers collectively serve 48,900 hours at a value of $1,395,609 in 2021. Whereas experience teaches us that government by itself cannot solve all problems, and whereas through dedication and devotion of volunteers stems the true strength of citizenship. Now therefore, the Board of County Commissioners do hereby proclaim April 17th through the 23rd, 2022, National Volunteer Week in Citrus County, and urges all citizens to help recognize and renew the volunteer spirit of Citrus County by committee to address the needs of our community through services, signed by all 5 county commissioners.
Thank you all for your support and acknowledgement of the outstanding volunteers in Citrus County. April is Florida Volunteer Month, and next week is National Volunteer Week. We are celebrating with a volunteer recognition event for our RSVP volunteers, and we're honored to recognize all volunteers in the county for everything they do for our community. Thank you.
National Volunteer Appreciate Week from the Sheriff's Office, come forward, please. Ready? The Board of County Commissioners of Citrus County, Florida, Proclamation National Volunteer Appreciation Week. Whereas the month of April has been designated nationally as a Volunteer Appreciation Month to recognize the hard work, dedication, and passion of volunteers and national service members throughout our nation. And whereas every year, millions of Americans give their time in service to our nation, which is a testament to the compassion and generosity of the American spirit. And whereas Citrus County commemorates Volunteer Appreciation Month by recognizing its valued volunteers and the many contributions they have made to our community. And whereas it is strongly believe government alone cannot meet all the community needs, so we partner with the selfless individuals who serve in our community to make a difference. And whereas the Citrus County is committed to encourage volunteerism and national service among its citizens, the men and women whose generosity and servitude signify aid in the betterment of our community are recognized and thanked for their dedicated service. Now therefore, the Board of County Commissioners of Citrus County, Florida, does hereby proclaim the week of April 17th through April 23rd, 2022 as National Volunteer Appreciation Week, and joins in saluting the unparalleled services of the volunteers who have given countless hours for the betterment of our community, signed by all 5 county commissioners.
I just want to take a brief moment, if I can, to thank the volunteers in Citrus County as well as the Citrus County Sheriff's Office. If you guys are not aware, last year alone, the Citrus County Sheriff's Office volunteers donated over 60,000+ hours of work for our operation, which is equivalent to roughly $1.7 million. So we couldn't have achieved our mission without them. So thank you to our volunteers.
For those representing the Animal Control Week, Officers Week, come forward, please. The Board of County Commissioners of Citrus County, Florida Proclamation Animal Control Officer Week. Whereas the animal control officers provide outstanding service and public safety on a daily basis to the citizens of the county. And whereas the animal control officers are commended for the many dedicated long hours of service they perform in serving this community and fulfilling their commitment to providing the highest and most efficient level of customer service. And whereas the Citrus County wishes to recognize the Citrus County Animal Control Officer for their service, which is in keeping with the long and distinguished tradition of the animal control profession. Now therefore, the Board of County Commissioners of Citrus County, Florida, does hereby proclaim April 10th through the 16th, 2022 as National Animal Control Officers Week in Citrus County, Florida, and joins in honoring the men and women who diligence and professionalism keep our citizens and animals safe. Signed by all 5 county commissioners.
I just want to say thank you on behalf of the Animal Control Unit for the support that our unit gets from our commissioners, from our agency, the support from our community, and most of all from our shelter. We couldn't do our job without all of that, so thank you so much.
For those individuals representing National Public Safety Telecommunicators Week, come forward, please. Board of County Commissioners of Citrus County, Florida, Proclamation National Public Safety Telecommunicators Week. Whereas emergencies or disasters can occur at any time requiring law enforcement, fire, or emergency medical service. And whereas when an emergency occurs, the prompt response of law enforcement, fire, and emergency medical service is critical to life safety, property conservation, and hazard mitigation. And whereas the safety of our law enforcement officers, firefighters, and paramedics is dependent upon the quality of accuracy of information obtained from citizens who contact the Citrus County Sheriff's Office Public Safety Answering Point. And whereas public safety telecommunicators are the first and most critical contact our citizens have with emergency services. And whereas public safety telecommunicators are the single vital link for our law enforcement, fire, and emergency medical personnel, monitoring their activities by radio, providing them information, and ensuring their safety. And whereas each telecommunications officers has exhibited dedication, compassion, understanding, and professionalism during the performance of their mission in the past year. Now therefore be it resolved, the Board of County Commissioners of Citrus County, Florida is hereby proclaiming the week of April 10th through April 16th, 2022 as National Public Safety Telecommunicators Week, and joins in honoring the men and women who diligence and professionalism keep our citizens safe in Citrus County, Florida, signed by all 5 county commissioners. For those individuals representing Fair Housing Month, come forward, please. Okay. The Board of County Commissioners of Citrus County, Florida, Proclamation Fair Housing Month. Whereas the Fair Housing Act enacted on April 11, 1968 enshrined into federal law the goal of eliminating racial segregation and ending housing discrimination in the United States. And whereas the Fair Housing Act prohibits discrimination in housing based on race, color, religion, sex, familial status, national origin, and disability, and commit recipients of federal funds to affirmatively further fair housing in their communities. And whereas Citrus County is committed to the mission and intent of Congress to provide fair and equal housing opportunities for all. And whereas our social fabric, the economy, health, and environment are strengthened in diverse, inclusive communities. More than 50 years after the passage of the Fair Housing Act, discrimination persists, and many communities remain segregated. Acts of housing discrimination and barriers to equal housing opportunity are repugnant to a common sense of decency and fairness. Now, therefore, the Board of County Commissioners of Citrus County, Florida, is hereby proclaiming the month of April 2022 as Fair Housing Month in Citrus County as an inclusive community committed to fair housing and promoting appropriate activities by private and public entities to provide and advocate for equal housing opportunities for all residents and prospective residents of Citrus County, Florida, signed by all 5 county commissioners.
I'd just like to reiterate that every April, realtors commemorate the passage of Fair Housing Act of 1968 with events and education that shine a light on housing discrimination and segregation. Fair Housing Month signifies a recommitment to expanding equal access to housing. Discrimination in real estate industry is real and ongoing, and we, as community leaders, have the opportunity to be part of the transformative solution, providing equal service to all. Thank you.
For those individuals representing Citrus County Trash to Treasure Art Exhibition, come forward, please. All right. The Board of County Commissioners of Citrus County, Florida, Proclamation, Citrus County Trash to Treasure Art Exhibition. Each year, more than 230 million tons of solid waste go into the nation's landfill and waste-to-energy facilities. In order to facilitate the attention of our students, employees, and the local community on the importance of recycling, University of Florida, IFAS Extension Citrus County is in conjunction with Citrus County Solid Waste Management is sponsoring the second annual Citrus County Trash to Treasure Recycling Art Contest for Citrus County middle and high school students. And students' artwork may be an environmental theme and be comprised of at least 70% used or recycled material. The artwork encourages recycling and will be displayed from April 11th to April 22nd at the Citrus County Courthouse in Inverness until being moved to the Lecanto Government Complex for IFAS Extension Citrus County Earth Day, celebrated on Saturday, April 23rd, 2022. Whereas winning artists will win prize money from generous sponsors donated a total of $395, and cash prizes will be awarded to those entries that show the most creative expression and innovation in their use of recycled materials. And whereas it is the hope of exhibition sponsors that recycle awareness shall be significantly increased by students and employees as well as community through the display of the thought-provoking artwork. Now therefore, the Board of County Commissioners of Citrus County is hereby recognizes and encourages participation in the Citrus County Trash to Treasure Art Exhibition, welcome the special showing of entries, and commends the sponsors for promoting this extraordinary project in our local community. Signed by all 5 county commissioners.
Okay, so thank you for that proclamation. So we do have the 13 arts on display out in the lobby, so some of you have seen it when you came in. If you can please take some time and look at the artwork, and there is a People's Choice category. So make sure that you judge and vote for your People's Choice, drop it in the box, and come and see us on Earth Day on April 23rd at Lecanto. We're inviting you all, please. It's from 10 to 2, and then at 1 o'clock we're going to give the awards to all of the winners, and then we will announce the People's Choice. So hope to see you all then, and thank you.
See you. Yes, they stand on the wall. For the Minority Health Month, give your community a boost. Individuals come forward, please. Right? Okay. The Board of County Commissioners of Citrus County, Florida Proclamation, Minority Health Month, give your community a boost. Whereas Citrus County, Florida, a political subdivision of the state of Florida, supports policies of the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Office of Minority Health. National Minority Health Month's 2022 theme is Give Your Community a Boost. To highlight the importance of improving the health of racial and ethnic minorities by promoting health equity, eliminating health disparities, thereby improving the health of all groups within our community. And whereas the COVID-19 pandemic has highlighted a significant disparity in healthcare and outcomes for racial and ethnic minorities, and whereas racial and ethnic minorities account for the smallest portion in Citrus County, yet bear the heaviest burden as it relates to the poor health and outcomes. And whereas the Florida Department of Health in Citrus County has assembled a coalition to help a work plan to address health inequity and disparities in the county, and whereas the Florida Department of Health in Citrus County is partnership with the county has assembled a coalition to develop a work plan to address health inequity and disparity in the county, and whereas Citrus County believes there are more important long-term community benefits to be gained by working to improve the health outcomes of minorities and ethnic populations. And whereas community partners can work together to ensure that access to health care and healthy living opportunities are available to all residents and community members, and now therefore be it resolved, the Board of County Commissioners of Citrus County, Florida does hereby proclaim April 12, 2022 as Minority Health Month, Give Your Community a Boost, and challenges all government entities, businesses, students, parents, and residents within the county to participate in National Minority Health Month and health inequity and health disparities, signed by all 5 county commissioners.
And another good morning to all of you. It has been my absolute pleasure with 6.5 years in this county to have this day, the first to my knowledge, that National Minority Health Month has been recognized. With that being said, with a bang and a boosting of our community, the George Washington Carver Community Center in Crystal River held our very first and very successful event. And health is not just a day or a month, it's year-round. So you can be looking forward to us announcing other events throughout the year and the years to come. Because unless all of us are healthy, none of us are truly healthy.
Okay, we are now, I think let's do this real quick, since before we go to open to the public, Commissioner Kennard asked to move up L1. Let's go ahead and move up L1 now, and then we'll go to open to the public, okay?
Oh,
So
okay,
you want to
very
deal
good.
with L1?
Yeah, very good, thank you. All right, so I'll do just a brief introduction on how this made it to our agenda today and what's transpired since then. I was in a discussion with Mickey Thomason from DEP Greenway Trails, and we talked about the trail and connecting these pieces and so forth. He had a lot of good information about it, and ultimately, what it came down to was that to make the connection that they wanted to, this proposed solar farm that's in Marion County was looking for an easement through a DRA that's actually in Citrus County to get to a right-of-way and ultimately use that right-of-way to ultimately reach a Duke substation. Ms. Lynn and I had some conversation about it, and an easement through there just was going to be challenging, to say the least. And I suggested, why don't we put it on the agenda, let the board hear what the project's about, and then we can decide if there's a way to move forward with this or not. In the meantime, this is something that's not new. This has been in discussions. It was new to me, but I guess it's been in discussions with staff for a number of years now. In the meantime, staff has since, as we just got an email, has issued not an easement, they can't do that, but a permit, has extended the permit to allow them to go, DEP is going to allow them to go under the Withlacoochee River, and then ultimately our permit that was issued will allow them to go under the DRA and out to the right-of-way, and then ultimately use that utility right-of-way. So I probably butchered a bit, but that's why we've got some professionals here to tell us what's going on. So if we could invite Mickey Thomason and John Taylor from the company that I believe is developing the solar farm. And then we've actually, we've got Commissioner Bryant is here from Marion County as well. They've been far more involved with this than what we have, but these are the folks that I thought could give us some more information about it.
Okay, do you have any idea the length of the presentation?
I think I told them maybe 15 minutes.
Oh, really? That long?
How about we cut it down to 10 minutes?
Well, I was gonna say, we have a 1:30 time certain, and I did this because I didn't know how long it's gonna be, because I didn't want to interrupt open to the public, so I thought I'd get to both those before we went to open to the public. I don't want to rush you, but, you know.
The expedited version.
Yes,
Bring it,
yes.
pull the pieces together, close the gap.
Okay, well, I'll go ahead and run through the trail connectivity and then any.
Can you get closer to the microphone for us?
All right, thank you. Yes, Mickey Thomason, Florida Park Service, Florida Department of Environmental Protection. Appreciate the opportunity to be here this afternoon. Thank you. You can go ahead and hit the first slide, please. That shows the Cross Florida Greenway that I've had the pleasure of being the manager of now from the St. Johns River. Okay, it doesn't point on the screen. But basically from the St. Johns River all the way across here into northern Citrus County and the Gulf of Mexico. It was mainly comprised of the former Cross Florida Barge Canal project. You're familiar, we have trails here in northern Citrus County up on the Barge Canal. And I know, Mr. Chairman, you spoke at an event a couple weeks ago. Thank you for your positive comments about when we got the Withlacoochee State Trail connected to the Dunellen Trail. But this is a greenway that I oversee, and it's considered a super connector in a statewide vision of interconnected trails for both recreation and conservation purposes. Next slide, please, sir. This shows the numbers on visitation. The Greenway is the #1 most visited state park of 175 state parks and trails, with over 3.3 million estimated visitors last fiscal year. So a huge number of people, more than double the #2 state park. Next slide, please. With that visitation, they have formulas, and the Greenway had over $265 million in primary and secondary economic benefits to the communities that it traverses through, and people doing extensive forms of recreation on it. Next slide, please, sir. We also work with Citrus County quite a bit. This is a boat ramp facility where we've done a long-term lease with you all to have that developed. I'm being told by staff that it's supposed to start construction later this year, so we're very excited about that project. We're working with you all. Also have some reef material stored on some of our property west of this site, but appreciate the partnerships we have. This slide shows the colored outer loop you see on the screen. That's the Heart of Florida Loop, and the Heart of Florida Loop is a huge regional trail that will connect and eliminate gaps in existing trails to get all this hooked up as soon as is feasible. And you can see Lake Apopka down there on the southern end, so that goes all the way down towards Orlando. The Greenway comprises the northwestern part of that, basically from Silver Springs over to the Dunellen area. Next slide, please, sir. Okay, this is a zoom in of the western part of the Greenway and the Dunellen area. And basically in the area where we have the Dunellen Trail with the bridge over the Withlacoochee River that connects now to the Withlacoochee State Trail, and kind of the focal area of where this project we're discussing today is supposed to occur. Yes, sir. Okay, this is this map here where you have the two red parcels. That's actually property owned by the state and that extends into a private parcel. We have a gap that we've referred to as the Folks Cannon Gap in the Greenway. It's the only gap between Ocala and Dunellen in the Greenway, and we've been trying to resolve that gap for over 30 years. Commissioner Bryant here has been in Marion County significantly involved with that, meeting with the family that owns the property. We've been through negotiations and attempts to do property exchanges with them for close to 30 years now. Unsuccessfully, unfortunately. They're very nice people, but we haven't been able to come to a resolution. And the blue highlighted, I'm sorry if you can go back, the blue highlighted property to the south and west of the red parcels is what was known as the Stavola property, now Kingston LLC. Next slide, please. Okay, and the Kingston LLC property is proposed for a potential solar farm project, which Mr. Taylor's here to represent, And the red alignment you see on that map is actually a proposed trail alignment from the Pruitt Trailhead on Southwest Florida Water Management District property down through their property onto the Kingston LLC property where the solar farm is proposed to be located. And then that would basically get us around this 3-decade-old gap that we've unsuccessfully been able to negotiate with the private landowners over the past several decades. Next, please. And then this is a slide showing the proposed routing of the transmission line from the solar farm from the Kingston LLC property, basically jacking and boring the transmission line under the Withlacoochee River, popping up on a small piece of DEP Greenway property on the southern side of the river on the Citrus County side, and then traversing through the DRA that Commissioner Kennard mentioned, and then working its way back to the Duke Energy Station that they were told they needed to hook into with the solar farm project. Thank you.
Thank
Any
you.
questions?
Thank you. Any questions, board members? Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah, I had sent a presentation as well to share. Yeah, it was a separate deck.
I think that's what you distributed, we distributed to all the commissioners.
Well,
Maybe while that's coming up,
yeah, I was gonna
I'll
say,
jump in.
go ahead.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is John Taylor, representing Renewable Management Services, who's the development company for Solar Florida 2018 LLC. We're a development company out of Riviera Beach, Florida. We have many projects around the U.S. I've been in solar myself for 16 years, focused on utility scale development. We've been working on this project now for about 3 years. We initially targeted this location because Florida is anticipating a need for roughly 25% more energy generation by the year 2030 due to population growth. The farm that we located was 1,100 acres in total, which had a close proximity to the Denellen Town substation, which we knew had available capacity at that location. So that's sort of why we targeted this specific location. As I mentioned, we're the developer for the project, so our role ends when the project company has all the rights and permits for that company to start construction on the project. There is a final investor out of Florida who has exclusivity to this project. So they are Florida-based. I'm under a non-disclosure agreement to say who that company is. They do have already have large-scale utility projects in operation in Florida with some really tier one customers who I think would give you confidence. I wanted to talk a little.
See if we can get it from him. Sorry about that.
Yeah, I wanted to talk a little bit about the design of the project. As I mentioned, the total farm that's owned by Kingston Associates is roughly 1,100 acres. We're using 431 acres of that total property. The reason we're using 431 is that we've designed the project not to impact the environment in any way whatsoever. So we've done wetland delineations on site, and we're completely avoiding any wetland impact on site in that design. We've also done detailed environmental and threatened and endangered species surveys and tests. It was found that gopher tortoise was present at the site, and we've been working with the FWC to come up with a plan of relocating roughly 30 tortoise, during the phase of construction to another area within the Kingston farm during the construction period. And then those tortoises would be able to move freely after that. And we're designing the fence so that there's openings at the bottom of the fence so that small animals can pass through freely. The design of the solar project is roughly 180,000 bifacial polysilicon panels. These are proven to be the very safe solar panels in the industry. It's not a toxic material. The main ingredient, which is 95%, is silicon, which is extracted from sand. These are encased in glass, and they'll be mounted on a tracking system, which follows the sun from the east to west throughout the day, and then goes into a stored horizontal position at nighttime. The max height in the mornings, or at sunset, if you will be approximately 14 feet off the ground. And the nice part about these systems is that there's very minimal impact to the soil. So we use a galvanized steel piling for the foundations, and those steel piles are rammed into the soil approximately 5 feet into the ground using a pile driving technique. And so at the decommissioning point of the system, 40 years from now, the machines can simply grip the piles and pull them out of the soil to return the land to the existing state. Thank you. It is a 74.5 megawatt project. The cap for a lot of these projects here in Florida are 75 megawatt due to utility regulations. There's about, I would say, 45 projects throughout the state of this size that are in phase of development right now. Florida currently ranks number 3rd in the nation for installed solar because of the need for energy and the irradiation. As I mentioned, we've been working for 3 years on the project. We do have special use permits in hand from the City of Denellen and Marion County. The project estimates the start of construction around March of '23 and would become operational sometime around June of 2024. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, we've done, being a solar developer, we're trying to do everything to not impact the surroundings. No wetland mitigation, and allowing the fence access to allow small animals. We've also done cultural surveys, architectural surveys to make sure that there's no impact to the surroundings. There's the buffer of the project will be surrounded by a 8-foot chain link fence with then a tree buffer on the outside with shrubs and trees to not allow passerbys to see the solar project from the outside. There's no noise coming from the plant, and as I mentioned, the grounds are returned to the original state after the 45-year term. Benefits to the community, other than the bike trail that we've already mentioned. Typically on a parcel that was agricultural, nationwide, there's an average increased revenue for the county or the municipality of a 950% increase on the taxable income for a given parcel. Creates jobs. The construction of this project would be about a year in length, creating 400 part-time jobs during that phase, with 25 ongoing jobs in the operation and maintenance of that. The plant will generate 180,000 megawatt hours per year, which is the equivalent to 17,000 residential homes usage of energy. And that CO2 offset is the equivalent of removing 54,000 tons of CO2, which is the equivalent of planting 350,000 trees. That's a little bit of a high overview of the project. Happy to be here. I'll leave some cards and happy to answer any questions. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner, welcome.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Kathy Bryant, Marion County Commissioner, 601 Southeast 25th Avenue, Ocala, Florida, and it is my absolute pleasure to be here with you this afternoon. As you heard from Mickey, this is a project, or part of this project that you're going to be talking about today. It doesn't just affect Citrus County. This is actually something that is a regional project. And you can't even begin to imagine how excited I was when I got pulled into the office one day and I was told, hey, there's a solar farm that's talking about developing on the property south of the cannons, and we have an opportunity to be able to connect that gap. As Mickey stated earlier, it was something that I've worked on for the last 12 years, not just at the local level, but at the state legislative level with DEP. And all of the partners worked tirelessly to try to get that gap closed, and we just never could come to an agreement. So when this opportunity came before us, it was very exciting to me. I hope that as you consider what you're going to do today, you'll keep that in mind. Just this year, your state legislature has awarded Marion County $2.5 million in order to make improvements at the bridge at Blue Run Park in Dunellen, in anticipation of the additional traffic that we're going to see coming into that area from just the connection of the tunnel with the bike trail. And we're trying to make sure that we have a way for people to cross over the bridge over the Rainbow River into the city of Dunellen safely. So there's been a lot of work, there's been a lot of history that's gone into all of this, and without your approval today for the transmission line running under that easement, it's really going to hinder that project and hinder that connectivity on the Heart of Florida Loop. The connectivity of just this one segment will give us almost 75 miles of bikeable, walkable trail all the way down, I believe, to Dade City. Is that right, Mickey? Yes. Yes, no? Yes. Yeah. And back over, yes. So this is just a small part of the Heart of Florida Loop. It's something that's been in the works for years and years. We thank the state for the time and the finances that they've put into it, and we hope that you'll strongly consider all of these things as you're making your decision today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Kennard,
Yes,
so you
sir.
asked for, do the presentation and provide direction. What direction are you looking to provide?
Well, at the time, what I thought that we were going to need is this board to give direction to staff as to whether or not to grant the easement or what type of vehicle could be used to get under this DRA. And in the meantime, in working with legal, staff, engineering has utilized the vehicle they're using is extending that right-of-way permit through the DRA. So they won't actually be getting an easement, but the permit will cover going under that DRA. So this board really doesn't have to do anything at this point. They've been, my understanding is based on the email that we got this morning, the permit has been issued and they're clear to do their thing. I didn't, you know, it's been in the works as you all know, through last week, and once we got down to late on Friday, you know, had this been addressed at an earlier time during the week, I probably would have just pulled it from the agenda so that save their time and save our time. But when it came right down to the wire, I thought it would be best to go ahead and keep the presentation on here so that we all at least have the same information that we're dealing with. You know, when people are calling wanting to know what's going on, because we I don't know about y'all, but I hadn't heard anything about this. But at least now I wanted us all to have the information, the same information. So we don't have to take any action on it. It was just informational for us and folks in Citrus County.
Well, I would like to say thank you all. I don't think it was a waste of your time. It was highly informative. I'm glad the citizens got to hear it, and it is quite exciting, and nothing like an overnight success that takes 12 years to make happen, right? That's what we keep talking about.
And it certainly was fun to be on this side of it. This side of the podium, especially watching you do your proclamations today.
Well, we're just getting started, so you're welcome to stick around as much as you want. So board, no questions for the presenters? We're good? Okay, well, thank you all so much. We really appreciate you being here today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, my intention was, and we now have we have a 1:30 presentation, and I didn't want to disrupt open to the public. So as soon as we finish this presentation, we're going to go uninterrupted through open to the public, okay? So, are we ready for the presentation of Certificate of Achievement?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Mr. Administrator, who is a big part of this. My name is Angela Vick. I am the elected clerk of court here in Citrus County, and I am honored today to introduce my colleague Ken Burke for the presentation of the Certificate of Excellence in Financial Reporting. Ken is my clerk to the south in Pinellas County. He was elected in 2004 and then re-elected unopposed in 2008, 2012, and 2016. And without further ado, please help me welcome my esteemed colleague, Clerk Ken Burke.
Thank you, Commissioners. It's good to be with you here today. First of all, Commissioner Kennard, that was a beautiful prayer you gave at the beginning of the, very meaningful, and thank you for it. And it's good to have my colleague, Angela Vick. I'm not sure, y'all probably do realize this, but she's quite a jewel. She's one of the most, if not the most respected clerk in the entire state of Florida. She serves on so many leadership posts among clerks, and clerks look to her for guidance and leadership. And matter of fact, she's the trainer for all 21 of our new clerks who got elected a year and a half ago. And she takes that responsibility very seriously. So you have a person who brings great honor to Citrus County on a regular basis. One of the big functions of the clerk is in our comptroller role is to produce the annual financial report. And I'm a CPA, and I know we don't get too excited about financial reports, most of the public, but it's extremely important, the document that she produces, she and her team produces. This document represents much more than just the numbers on the pages. It represents government transparency. And that's what differentiates us from other governments around the world. I mean, even in communist China, they still build roads, do public safety, but there's no transparency. In the United States, and especially in Florida, we're big believers in government transparency, and the best way to show transparency is through our financial presentations. Every tax dollar that comes into Citrus County is accounted for in this report. And so it's an extremely important report, and then we take this report and we digest it into a smaller report, which we call the Popular Annual Financial Report, that's a little bit more easily presented so that citizens can see a snapshot of the finances of Citrus County in a very professional way. And as Angela pointed out, this is a collaboration with county administration. This can't be done individually, but involves a big team of people who I'm going to introduce. But also the Certificate of Excellence means that Citrus County submitted these two reports to the Government Finance Officers Association for evaluation. And let me tell you, it is just not some simple checklist. A staff person from GFOA and another finance officer somewhere in the country is assigned to review this report in depth. They go through this to make sure it complies with all the standards of annual financial reporting. We have, obviously, your auditor has an audit report as part of it. But also, they issue comments on the financial statements, which go back to Angela and her team, and they may be just nuanced things. Hey, this footnote, it may be presented in this alternative style, and so you take these comments very seriously, and potentially incorporate some into your next financial reporting. So it's an extremely intense process, and it's one that is more meaningful than just a little medallion which gets added to the plaque each year. Because if you have the certificate of excellence, and I know not everyone reads this report, I'm a CPA nerd, so I read these types of things.
One of my favorite bedtime readings.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. But one of the group that does read this report are the people who rate your county, the rating agencies for debt. And you have $101 million of debt in this county. And when they rate your county, they look at this report. This is the Bible, what they use for this report. And if you have the certificate of excellence, that goes into your interest rate rating. And so you receive basis points reduction in your interest calculation. So it turns into real money that you have the certificate of excellence. So it's just not a medallion on a plaque. It turns into value and money savings for the good people of Citrus County. So it's my honor today to not only present to Angela, but I would ask Mr. Chairman if you would come down, and Mr. Oliver, if you would join us here too, please. And I'm going to ask for some of the great staff of the Citrus County Clerks Finance Team. First of all, Chief of Staff Tracy Phillips. Senior Financial Analyst Susan Sullivan. Chief Deputy of Finance Services Shelley Sanson. Cherise Parrish. Alex Fontanez. Jody Wilkinson. Julie Pitts. Michelle Benson. Sheila Johnston. Doreen Budd, and Elizabeth Atkinson. Just so you all know, citizen, no bills are being paid currently in the county. They're all here. But Angela, you want to?
Yes, absolutely.
And Mr. Chair, would you come front and center? And Angela, I would like to present both of these. The excellence of financial reporting to Citrus County and say congratulations to you. And now we get a good picture. This will be on Facebook with Lindsay. Yeah.
You know, normally they send us these little crowns when we get the Triple Crown Award. Let me explain just a little bit about, first of all, Ken, thank you so much for that tremendously well done presentation. I certainly couldn't have said it better myself. This is it's an annual honor to be able to present this to you commissioners, because we do this for you. We do this for the citizens of Citrus County, and there are so many people to thank. This is not the Academy Awards, so I don't expect music, but you can play music, Doug, if you want to walk me off before I get started. Just real quick, I do want to huge shout out to this amazing team that you see back here. Can we give them a round of applause again? This, you know, my name might be on part of it, but it doesn't happen without their extreme dedication, and you just have no idea the effort that goes into compiling these reports on an annual basis. And you can see on the little medallion, the little crown here, that is because the county received this certificate in excellence for the financial report, the PAFR, the smaller one, and also the budget presentation. That I don't know if that's happened yet, if we've done that here. Oh, am I stealing your thunder, Randy? I'm so sorry, but that's what the Triple Crown means. So congratulations, commissioners. You have an amazing support team here in Citrus County. Thank you again, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And when you, Madam Clerk, when you started off and said, and you couldn't say it any better, I thought you were referring to when he said you were the most respected clerk in the state. I thought, but I know you're very humble. So, okay. Well, thank you so much. Okay. Well, now we are going to go back to item D, which is open to the public, and we'll invite anyone that wishes to speak to come forward. We'll give you 3 minutes if you're an individual. 5 minutes if you're representing a group with a letter on file. And while we're getting prepared to start, just a little update, because some of you have been asking, and some of you may wish to speak about this later on. I just want to remind you that on April 26th, our next board meeting at 1:30, I believe, time certain, will be the library board meeting of the 7-member board that will do the selection of the library advisory board members. So if you're here today wanting to know about that, that's where we stand. So that'll happen at the next meeting. I believe it's set for 1:30, and so I imagine with 45 applicants, that'll be quite a process. So also, while we're talking about that, just another announcement, because some of you may want to know this as well. What I've asked the county commissioners to do, and I guess we should get the word to the other 2 members, is with 45 applicants, what I'd like the commissioners to do is to rank those applicants 1 to 45. And rather than coming in and going through each application and saying, you know, we could be here for, I don't know, 45 hours if we were going to debate each applicant. So this might be helpful in the same process that you use for county administrator selection and that type of thing. If we go through, vet the applications and see who you think should rise to the top, and then if we can get into agreement about the top 10 or something like that, that should help the process. But I must say it's extremely exciting to see, I think that's record-setting, 45 applications for a board that has 5 openings at this time. So just to give you that, and I know the commissioners will give it total due diligence to go through each and every application. And what I plan to do is when I talk about who my top picks are, I'll tell you why. And instead of just saying I like this person or whatever, I'm going to say based on this criteria, that's what my selections were. So with that said, who would like to be our first speaker? And if you would, if you haven't done it before you speak or during or after, as this person is doing, please hand the clerk a green card.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Sabrina Watson, LeCanto, Florida. It has been approximately 13 months since the first time I addressed this board, and I just want to remind you guys of a paragraph that I addressed it with at that time. Americans are upset that history is being rewritten, schools are being propagandized, and elected officials are all in the news and not in a good way. Many Americans have realized it's time to become involved. It's not only national anymore, and the only place they can do that is with immediate impact is on the local level. They are aware of the need for more hands-on involvement. We are looking for officials that will provide transparency, honesty, and integrity in every decision they make in our county. County assets are Citrus County citizen assets. How they're being managed is also certain to be scrutinized in the future. I've been scrutinizing this for 13 months, and it appears we still cannot get any transparency with regard to things like dollar leases in which the citizens are forced to subsidize not-for-profits or nonprofits. Most of them are not-for-profits, which means they can have a legal agenda. They're not necessarily a nonprofit. During this time, in that 13 months, we have exposed many illegal, unethical, and immoral people and acts of people in position in this county and on this board, and I'm afraid there's more to come. In addition to that, it looks like F6, we're going to establish a process and criteria for renting to nonprofits. I remember the board asking the county administrator to bring that back for more information. It looks like there's been a policy written, but it hasn't come back to the people. Might I remind the commissioners that this little tiny, teeny, tiny print we have here is all of the organizations that the citizens in this county are forced currently to subsidize. Also on F12, I see that we're going to establish a restricted account for a tax increase. Is this another restricted account like the boat ramp account, the stormwater account, that we get offers to move whenever we need the money, such as the offer that was made in the January retreat? So, I don't know, commissioners. It looks like at least the library board's getting situated. But we still can't get records requests in a timely fashion. We can't get them in a complete fashion. So bringing it up again, and I'm sure there's more questions to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Good. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Paul John Reinhardt, candidate for State House District 23. In law school, I learned rules are rules and statutes are statutes. When Ralph Mazzullo was running for state senate, all five Citrus County commissioners endorsed him in the photo.
Excuse me, ma'am, would you put that down, please? Ma'am, stand behind the picture. The lady behind you. No, we have a gentleman talking, she's obstructing his speech, so, when he asked for it to be raised, it can be. Do you wish that to be there the whole time you're talking? This picture behind you?
Yes, that's fine.
Well, you should have said that, okay?
Okay.
So this
All
is
right.
part of your presentation. Okay, go ahead.
When Ralph Mazzullo was running for state senate, all five Citrus County commissioners endorsed him in a photo op. You could see that photo also. The endorsement appeared on the internet posting, and I made copies of the posting before it could be taken down. Ron Kitchen in particular was quoted by Jacob Ogles in Florida Politics in the December 13, 2021 edition as saying, "We know Ralph Mazzullo to be a principled leader who stands up for what is right," followed by, "We're proud to support him and know that he'll be a conservative champion in the Florida Senate." That's the article titled, "Full Citrus County Commission Endorses Ralph Mazzullo in Senate District 10 by Jacob Ogles. Ron Kitchen is a member of the Citrus County Canvassing Board. The Citrus County Canvassing Board is composed of Judge Mark Yerman, Chairman, Maureen Baird, Supervisor of Elections, and Ron Kitchen, County Commissioner. Scott Carnahan is Kitchen's alternate. Florida statutes infer that a canvassing board member is to be impartial and not endorse any candidate. It does not matter what position or office the person is seeking, whether it's the state senate or the state house. The Florida statute addresses the candidate, not a particular position or office they seek. See the Florida Department of State opinion letter dated October 15th, 2009, and that was provided by Maureen Baird, the Supervisor of Elections. This is another moment for the Board of County Commissioners, because according to Section 102.141, Section 1A through D, a canvassing board member or substitute member is disqualified if they are an active participant in the campaign of a candidate. The Florida Department of State, in official opinion, reiterated the active participant disqualifications as enumerated in the statute section. Of the 6 disqualifiers, number 2 refers to a public endorsement with or without financial support of a candidate. And since Ron Kitchen has publicly endorsed Ralph Mazzullo in 2 different mediums, he's disqualified from serving on the canvassing board. Furthermore, Carnahan's registered address of 10402 East Gobbler Drive in Floral City had a Nichols for Commission sign posted in front of the yard.
Thank you, your time has expired.
So he's
Thank you,
disqualified
your
from
time
being
has expired.
on the canvassing
Please
board.
follow our rules and our
Neither
protocol.
can any of
Sir,
the other
your time
commissioners.
has expired. Thank you very much. Can we have the next speaker, please?
Good afternoon. My name is Dick Motley. I appreciate the talk to you. I'm a Florida bar member who 2 years ago retired to Bluff Cove Path. The street's probably not familiar to you at this point, but it was just discussed in the prior presentation on the power station that they're putting in. Bluff Cove Path, when they showed the design of the project, what I didn't point out is the residential street that they're running this line down. Now, apparently it's already been approved, so I'm semi-wasting your time, but you need to know the story anyway. He talked about, the gentleman making the presentation, about how they were very careful to protect gopher tortoises and small animals. They went to great lengths to protect them. This is a residential street they're running the line down. Project's been in the work for years. We found out about it last Thursday by accident. Nobody has been informing the people whose street this is going to run down that this concept's even going to happen. I learned today it's 74.5 megawatts. I don't know what that is exactly in terms. It sounds like a lot. This line is going to run within 20 feet of people's bedrooms. Nobody's talked to us about it. Nobody's explained what's going on. They're going to show up and start digging in our front yards. If we showed up and started digging in anybody else's front yards, you'd have us arrested. We can't do that to these folks. Somebody needs to explain to this neighborhood what's going on. Frankly, the real solution to this is not to put it down the neighborhood line down the street. It needs to go out into the greenway where nobody lives. I know, exactly, I'm not an electrical engineer, but I know that this line, if you look at the substation they're running it to, Duke Power puts this line on 100-foot poles up in the air. They're running this 20 feet from people's bedrooms. It just doesn't make sense. And why didn't they notice up? They can protect gopher tortoises. They can at least tell the people that are involved what's going on in the situation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We appreciate you being here.
For
Can we have the next
public
speaker,
record,
please?
sir, can
I'm
I
sorry.
please get his name?
What?
For public record, can I please get his name?
I'm
If you
sorry.
can state his
Your name again, please? That's what I had, M-O-T-L. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Chairman Kitchen. My name is Mark Saveska. I live in Beverly Hills, and I'm here to represent the Pine Ridge Property Owners Association. Our board president has provided a letter authorizing that representation. Pine Ridge is a community of about 8,900 acres, a little over $1 billion in property value, 3,500 homes, and we're the largest named community in Citrus County with about 11,000 residents. My purpose is twofold. First, I want to call your attention to a letter that was recently sent by our board president to you. I don't know if you've received it or not. It's fairly recent. It's understandable if you haven't had a chance to review it yet. The second request.
Excuse me.
Yes, sir.
In relation to what?
In relation to the road
Okay,
condition.
I received
Pine
that.
Ridge.
Mhm.
Apologies on that.
Okay.
We also request an active role in the upcoming roads workshop on the 26th to include a presentation on the conditions of Pine Ridge. So those are our two requests. I think it's increasingly obvious that we have a roads problem throughout the entire county. About 15 years ago, the Citrus County made a strategic decision to divert funding from roads to other programs and projects. And now we all have a problem. There's a big tsunami of broken roads coming our way. It's a pretty significant problem. It's a countywide problem, but it's particularly acute in Pine Ridge for any number of reasons. About 84% of our roads are either overdue or in the zone for paving, and they're getting worse. Last assessment, there were no roads in condition 10. This current assessment, we have 28 road segments in condition 10, and that tsunami's coming a little bit closer. Furthermore, the methodology used by Citrus County disfavors or disadvantages some of the things that would help us improve our roads in Pine Ridge. For those reasons, we'd like to have that active part in the workshop that you include that presentation. We can't undo what's been done 15 years ago, but we can change the way we go forward. We understand there's a proposal right now to increase the budget for roads from $4 million to $6 million, somewhere thereabouts. But we also know anything less than $14 million and we get further behind. So even with $6 million, $14 million, that tsunami of broken roads is coming $8 million closer. We're really encouraged by Commissioner Davis's efforts to build that strategic plan that will help guide some of the things that are the priorities for this county moving ahead. We were also encouraged that Mr. Randy Oliver opened the public sessions to that, talking about the roads and the importance of roads and the condition of roads. So we know that's on your agenda, and we know that's in your review. So we're eager to see where those things might end up. In closing, just to reiterate what our two asks for, just to make sure that you are aware of the letter on roads that our board president sent to you, and that request for that active role at the roads workshop. We thank you for hearing us today. We know, we thank you for your job. We know it's not easy. We know you got a lot of demands placed on you, and you're pulled in a lot of directions. And we sincerely appreciate you listening to us today and look forward to working with you in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll address all these comments once we take all the public comments, so thank you. Yes, sir. Next speaker, please.
My name is Barbara Ocasio, and this is my partner in crime, my daughter, Mariana Ocasio. And before I start with the short thing I wanted to say, I wanted you guys to know that road miles by state sorted from the most to the least, Florida is number 7. That means we got a lot of mileage right now without building another road, a lot of road that we need to take care of. Okay, now I would just like to say this. The biblical doctrine of stewardship defines a man's relationship with God. It identifies God as owner and man as manager. God makes man his co-worker. That's an awesome thing to think about. God entrusted us to take care of his creation. In administering all aspects in our life. Adam and Eve were the first. They destroyed it, didn't they? Throughout the years, we've done less and less to take care of what God has given us. We failed miserably. Can you imagine how many plants, fish, and the beautiful, pure drinking water we could still have today? It's all slipping away fast. We still have a chance to save what little bit of Garden of Eden we have. We have left, but we need to fight hard in unity. That's not just us, the voters, the people that live here. It's you guys too. All of us need to unite. Take away what we have different and stand together to save what little we have left. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we have the next speaker, please? Please hold your applause, ladies and gentlemen. No booing, no applauding. Okay, thank you. Next speaker, please. What? Barbara Acosta.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm Gil Phelan. I'm from Lecanto. Government, even in its best state, is but a necessary evil. In its worst state, an intolerable one. That's by Thomas Paine. And I'm just seeing a lot of intolerable stuff going on. It's pathetic. It really is pathetic. Since the stolen election woke up the patriots and we started watching, there's a lot of ineptness and refusal to submit your egos, okay, to what the will of the people is. It's very clear. It's very clear. Like the other day, the citizens have to point out, hey, having two citizens from cities is not really fair because there's other cities that are not represented. And I mean, that's kind of common sense, right? Why does a citizen have to come up, and point this out to experts? And we keep hearing, the wokest rhino on your board, keeps thinking that her will and her thinking on the library matters more than the will of the people. It doesn't. The chairman, Mr. Carnahan, I have to say, listening to you guys, usually seem like you're like-minded and you understand what the will of the people means. But the heart of the matter is this. The delusional Democrats are an extremist cult, okay? There's no such thing as transgender. No matter what you cut off, no matter what you sew on, there's only two genders, okay? And the worst part of it is we're made to pretend that it's okay. It's not. It's a fake word. It's a fake thought. Okay, we're tired of it. At a previous meeting, you had a volunteer from the library tell us, oh, well, the kids can come up to me and ask me questions about the sex and the gender. Really? Is that what the librarians and the volunteers are there for? Are they psychologists or what's going on? Here's what it's really about. It's finding fresh meat, okay? It's grooming the children. It's pedophilia. It's indoctrination. That's what it is. And I'm tired of hearing people on this board, especially the wokest ones, trying to join the crowd of perverts. And all of you who keep saying it's okay are enemies of our children. You look at the perverts at Disney. It's all in the open now for us to see, right? And who do you think you're fooling by putting the temporary stop to things for the display? Now that you got a perverted justice in the Supreme Court who can't even tell us what a woman is, now you think, well, if we wait a while, maybe things will work in our direction. How clear do we need to be? HB 1557 tells us instruction by school personnel or third parties on sexual orientation or gender identity may not occur. So you got the will of the people and you got the law.
Thank you. Your
Pay
time has
attention,
expired.
please.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please. If we could keep the chatter down in the audience, it's very distracting for us and the speakers, and it's also distracting to your neighbors, okay? Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Commissioners. I'm also here to,
give
John
us your name?
Labriola, Inverness. I'm also here to address the recent article that appeared in the Citrus County Chronicle where Library Director Eric had announced a one-year cooling off period on the LGBT displays. While we appreciate, gesture, a one-year pause or a one-year moratorium is not enough. We do need a permanent solution to this issue, and we do need the county commission to set the policy to not just make it for 1 year, but permanently. This is the policy-making board. But at a minimum, we're asking you over the next couple of weeks as you review these applications that you're receiving for the Library Advisory Board to not just reappoint the same people who so disrespected the large number of people who came before them last month, to say at least listen to the people, at least listen to, you know, our community standards, or at least respect our community values, at least respect, if you don't want to respect community values, at least respect parental choice, parental rights, which has been discussed so much now. You know, thank God we have a governor that signed that legislation recently, as the last speaker mentioned, that bans LGBT grooming of children. The kind of displays that we saw in the libraries last June, are now banned in the schools. So why should they be allowed in the libraries, you know? I mean, the libraries are used by all age groups, and there's no such thing as a children's only section in the library. Children use the entire library, and this particular display was in the entrance, so unless the children were being let in through the window, this is what they saw. But in addition to that, you know, the entire library is used by middle school students when they're doing research papers, so there's really no part in the library that should be existing. If the schools don't allow it now, the library should not be allowing it. But as I said, you know, over the next couple of weeks, please look very carefully. We don't just want you to appoint people who are qualified in terms of, you know, fancy college degrees. We want you to appoint people who respect the community values and respect parental rights. So please reach out. Please vet these candidates carefully. Please replace the ones that are there now that do not respect the public. And please reach out, please call them. Look at each and every one of these agendas that are coming before, I mean, each one of these resumes that are coming before you. And it's not, now they're all on the record. We all know where each one of these people stand that are on there now. So if you go and appoint any one of these people that so seriously disrespected the public, you're actually taking a position in favor of these grooming displays, and that's what they are. They're displays intended to groom young children. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Could we have the next speaker, please?
Hello, my name is Tiara Otto, and I live in Beverly Hills. And I am in agreement with what John said. I also know that your job is difficult, and I believe you're all good people, and I believe you're trying to do the very best that you can. I believe that it's not our will be done, but God's will. And I'm asking you to delve deeply into your hearts and really do the right thing, and let this be a permanent thing, that these things are no longer displayed in our libraries. Thank you.
Thank you. Could we have the next speaker, please?
My name is Diane Campbell, and I still don't like what's going on with the library and the laws and stuff. I know that there's other counties and states that are fighting the same thing. I know I was there when my kids were born, my grandkids, my great-granddaughter, and I know what sex they were when they were born. And I don't believe anybody needs to try to tell them different. If they were born and they have some kind of a off-balance hormone or whatever, why don't they try to treat that first, than to try to shove all this other stuff down their throat? Why don't we try to fix a problem, than to teach them to be different than what they were when they were born? If not, that's great. Then go ahead and let them, you know, be their transgender or whatever, but leave the rest of the children alone. Don't teach them to do something they don't need to know about. At least not at our young 5th graders or younger, or middle school or younger. They don't need to know that. My grandson told me, I said, why aren't you dating somebody? He said, well, Mama, he's 17. He said, because half of the girls are gay, lesbian, or transgender. He said, and I don't want to date any of them. So what else do we have left out there? That's scary. That is really, really scary. And if we don't stop it somewhere, it's going to continue. Just leave the innocent ones alone, and the ones that can't help it, fine, help them. But not by taking everything else away from our children. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we have the next speaker, please?
My name is Selena Keller. I'm a citizen, a resident of 7 Lakes in Inverness. And it is, it's amazing to me that we are in a position now where we are talking about things that have already been established in the Bible. Over the years, my husband and I have serviced over 30 kids in foster care that fell directly in this category. And I'm here to tell you that there is no way that we would support the library with this kind of information out there to them. As a veteran, I believe in standing for the flag, for what's right. And giving these people a year is only going to give them more time to decide what to do and how to get around this. And I hope and pray that you as elected officials will not bow to this woke agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we have the next speaker, please?
Thank you, Commissioners. Joe Keller. I'm her husband. And I was standing there trying to think of some nice, eloquent words I could amaze you with. But the last 5 speakers have said everything that I want to say, so I'm not going to reiterate it. I'm just going to say that I agree with them. And please, please, when you do vote for this, that you use wisdom and judgment. That's my prayer for you guys, okay? That you use wisdom and judgment. And please, we're all looking for a moral compass right now. Our country's looking for a moral compass. You're in that position to give us one. And I can't say anything else about it. Thank you all so much.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Camilla Stevens, and I'm from Beverly Hills. And I wrote this on behalf of our children. It's my belief that the existing library board advisory was asking too much of our children, too heavy loads. They're way too heavy for them to carry. They should not be forced as children to see and feel the world through the lenses of an adult. Innocence is worth protecting and worth fighting for. We need to do our parts as parents, grandparents, caregivers, and teachers to carry certain things for them until they are old enough to carry them on their own. I'm grateful that our libraries have canceled the LBGT month this year, but I truly believe it needs to be done permanently. It's really our responsibility to take care of our kids. I also ask that as you go through the candidates, you'll carefully vet each and every one of them, and that you'll look for people who have values for the children and parental rights in mind. I thank you for protecting the kids and doing what's right for them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we have the next speaker, please?
Cheryl Cushman, and I'm from Citrus Springs, and I just want to add a little bit to what everyone else has said. I'm asking you to make sure that when you pick the library advisory group, that those 5 people are going to represent we the people. That's very important to me. I'm a child advocate. I do a lot of volunteer work, and my heart is with children. I didn't know what any of this stuff was at 5, and I bet you didn't either. I didn't need to know it. I had a very good childhood. Thank you.
Thank you. We have the next speaker, please.
Mark Connolly from Hernando. In the interest of full disclosure, I want to let you know that I am an applicant for the position on the Library Advisory Board. I wanted to take this time to join John Labriola in commending Director Head for putting a pause on the LGBTQ displays in the library that created such furor this past year. There is still a lot of work that needs to be done, and the commission has acknowledged that by scheduling a meeting to appoint new members to the library board. When I went to the library board's meeting earlier this month, I was surprised to hear Director Head acknowledge that they didn't have an adequate policy for displays in the library, and that whatever they needed at least needed updating. I was also surprised that despite Commissioner Davis and Commissioner Kinnard both inviting the library board to make recommendations as to policies. Now, the library board has acknowledged that they do not have the responsibility for setting policy, but they had an invitation to make recommendations for policy, and there was a resolution presented to the board asking that Director Head work with a group of library board members to develop recommendations for a policy to be given to the commission. That resolution was rejected by a vote of 7-2, and I think it's time for some new blood in the Library Advisory Board, because their primary role is to advise this commission, and if they reject that with a specific invitation, they need to re-examine their views. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Can we have the next speaker, please?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Janet Barrett from Citrus Springs. I don't know what's wrong with your microphone today, but you really can't hear if you're sitting out there. But that's okay. I put it down so people can hear me.
Is this 3 or 5 minutes?
I get 5 minutes. This is after our executive board meeting that we had last week for Citrus Springs. First of all, we wanted to thank Commissioner Davis for coming to our building so we could show and feature what we have in Citrus Springs to the rest of the community, because it was open to the community. It's nice that one of the commissioners actually came to our building. And she also brought Randy, so that was even nicer. And she listened to what we had to say. And we talked about roads. And we did talk about roads. I didn't just make a statement about roads, but people actually agreed with what I said, which is, if you allow the people of Citrus County to make the decision, and they agreed to do a referendum is for a specific amount of time, as opposed to if you turn around and put it in our taxes, it's forever. And from then on, you will take your hand and put it in my pocket book and take every time I turn around, and it'll keep going up. It'll never go down. Whereas a referendum, after a specific amount of time, will go away unless it is renewed by the people of the county. And people realized what I was saying, and they agreed with me. The next thing is, yesterday on the news, Tampa puts $5.5 million towards roads, and they have a 75-year residential road plan. And my husband says, look at those roads. And I said, yeah, well, we're on a 120-year plan in Citrus County. And he says, yeah, I know. Our roads are looking worse than theirs. So we're not the only place. And yeah, Tampa, probably the city, has as many residents as Citrus County. Okay, so it would be a comparison for population, but not for size and scope. Okay, we also did some discussion on the library, because that's one of the topics of concern to our residents. They said you need to start thinking about featuring Citrus County in the libraries, not monthly topics. And the suggestions they had for you were the manatees, the Homosassa State Park, Future Farmers of America, and things that the county does to improve the lives of our citizens, to maybe keep our young people seeing what they can do to keep them in Citrus County. Not bringing 1 month here, 1 month there. we would like to see something that features Citrus County. You know, that was their suggestion, to let you know that that might be a better way of getting around everything. It doesn't involve politics. It doesn't involve anything except featuring us as a county. And the last thing I had to say was Turnpike versus Parkway. I know you people are you commissioners are probably getting emails and phone calls. And the biggest thing I'm trying to tell people is you're jumping the gun. There are no specifics yet. And the thing is, residents of Citrus Springs are worried that they're going to take our houses and come right down the electric line. I live a half a mile from there. And I keep telling them, if they want to come down the electric line, let them buy my house and I'll move to another place in Citrus County. You know, what more can I say? The Turnpike, and we discussed this, will eventually get here, whether it comes to the lower part, the middle part, or it goes to Marion County. People have got to realize the evacuation of our citizens in the state has to occur when there is a catastrophe. And we have to be willing to help those. We're willing to help people with this, people with that, people with the other. These are our citizens. And I know people don't like the fact that I'm a pro-Turnpike person. I'm a pro-Parkway person. But it's only one road here and one road there. You learn to live with it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Excuse me. Please don't shout out from the audience. Please don't speak from the audience. Okay, next speaker, please.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
I just want to say I appreciate the decision not to have the display in the library this year also.
Could you give us your name, please?
Patty. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Patty Kendrick
Okay.
from Floral City.
Thank you.
So I like the cooling off period, but I really think we need a permanent decision, some kind of policy that would cover this so that we don't need any displays of sexual material in the library because I just don't think it's appropriate, any kind of sexual material. And just because it's dressed up in pretty colors, I just don't think that, because that is promoting some sexual activity. There's plenty, like the lady said before, there's plenty of other topics. I could give a whole bunch of ideas for displays for the library that would be helpful for the citizens of Citrus County. And the second thing is the new library board. I think if you really think about it, because some of those people have been on there for a long, long time, and it seems like they all have the same opinion, and it would be nice to get a variety and some new people with new opinions. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Go to the next speaker, please. Does anyone else speak? Yes.
Good afternoon. My name is Jim Metz. I'm a resident of Citrus County for 23 years. In that 23 years, I've built 3 homes in this county, and I've paid anywhere from $1,800 to $3,600 a year in taxes. I see you're paving roads in Citrus Springs again. Just curious as why we're paving roads with no houses on it. I mean, I'm seeing it every day. I can take you over there and streets and streets with not a house on them. But I'm paying $2,400 a year in taxes. I don't see a county truck come down my road unless they're parking in the shade. Just trying to find out why we can't get our roads paved, the ones that are bad. I know you got a curriculum, worst to first, but you gotta look at the people who live on these roads. There's a lot of roads that are in bad shape. I mean, like I say, 23 years, I think I've had one thing done in the county by road maintenance, but these roads are awful. I mean, can I send you my bills every year for front end alignment? I mean, that's all I'm trying to find out. I don't have much else to say. I'd just like to find out why the roads that are getting paved, and there's no houses on them.
Well, the commissioners will respond to everybody's questions that they wish to respond to once we finish public input. So.
Okay, thank you.
Next speaker, please.
I've been here before. I'm Mary Cedar,
And I have already said everything. You guys already know how I feel, so it's senseless for me to say again. But I came across something that I think is interesting. Do you know in the Florida state constitution, it states that marriage is only between one man and one woman, and no other legal union is comparable. So I think we should obey the laws of our Constitution and stick to that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We have the next speaker, please. Is there any more speakers?
Hi, I'm Tracy Edgmond Hernando. I've been here at least once before. And the first time I spoke here was several months ago, and it was on the very topic of the sexualization of our children. And now we're looking at all over social media and everything that Disney is now considered a grooming, entity. And that's very sad because we all grew up with Disney, not realizing what was going on. So bringing it over to the library board, and I wish I could commend the head of the library, commend him for the decision to squash it for a year. That's all fine, great, and well. But however, again, like everybody has said, it's just a delaying tactic. And it does give people time. We know that there is thousands of think tanks out there, and there is, for every time you pluck one thing out that goes down a nefarious rabbit trail, there's another one there to lift it up. You look at the CRT. CRT started out as the 1619 project, moved to the CRT, moved to the SEL Harmony, and now all you do is just change the name and tweak a little curriculum, and there it is again. And until you make that decision, when you guys are looking at the library board, you do need a change of leadership. Leadership can't sit on the boards forever. Look at what is going on in Congress today. How many of those people have been in Congress for 55 and 60 years, and that's no different in our communities, our local communities. And when we don't respect those things, and when we attack the children, when you go after the children, every single adult in this country should be up in arms for going after the children. One of the statements that I made when I was here just a few months ago and spoke for the very first time, I asked them to stop going after the children, stop sexualizing the children, stop turning them into the situation that predators feed on. And that's all it does. It's all over TV, it's on the social media, it's in every cartoon. Sesame Street has turned into this agenda as well. It's got to stop. There is a moral high ground. God does not make mistakes. And that's all I hear from this is, God made me this way. Well, show me in the Bible where God made you that way. Show me the science. Please. And if you can show that to me and you can prove it to me, then maybe I can look at it from a different perspective. You say you're a Christian, then behave like a Christian and believe what the Bible tells you, number one, and take the moral high ground. Please. So when you're deciding that library board out there, as somebody mentioned, it doesn't take a college degree to have common sense. And in fact, I think it is showing that the higher the college degree is, the less common sense you have.
Thank you very much. Can we have the next speaker, please?
Marty Little. I live at 1833 North Gibson Point. Wow. I came here to talk about the shelter. I have concerns since we've been moving on and trying to get things going for the shelter that there has been word out that some of you would like to change your minds. I hope that's just rumor. People talk, we don't need this for the animals. Well, you know what? What about the people that work there? What about the employees that are subject to danger every day, having to work in those conditions at a non-functional place with dangerous animals from time to time? We have way too many animals there. For goodness sakes, the employees can't even eat in the break room. They sit on the floor and eat because there's animals in their break room. The director doesn't have an office anymore because there are animals in her office. The roof was leaking the other day when I walked in. How bad do things have to get? How long are you going to just continue to kick this can down the road? It is not their fault. If you want to treat your employees correctly and you want to have people come to work, and let me tell you, you have a kick-butt staff over there, starting with the director and the veterinarian over there. Things have turned around there. It is a wonderful place. They do so many good things for so many animals and so many people. They help a lot of people there. And it's about time that the public knows that. It's a joy to go over there and work hard. The employees, they work their butts off, but they're happy. And they're glad to do it. And they need your help. They can't continue to when it's going to be 100 degrees soon, they'll be working in that shelter at 100 degrees with a noise decibel level that'll probably give them hearing loss. You know, come on. So I hope those of you that are thinking about changing your mind, it's not just about the animals, it's about your employees. For God's sake, if you want to keep them, and we've got good people now, we want to keep them. The second thing I have to say about the library, I never heard so much hate in my entire life. And you know what? If that's what being Christian and that's what a Bible is about, then you ought to take the Bibles out of school, because I don't want children learning this hate. And it has really been disgusting listening to you people. And yeah, I'm one of those Disney perverts, okay? There. I've been before this board on this matter before. Some of you know me. It is really embarrassing to be a part of a county that has so many people that are concerned about a couple books that are put up in a corner of a library for people to read.
Thank you very much. Can we have the next speaker, please?
My name's Madonna. I live in Crystal River. I've been here about 5 years, and I haven't experienced much on the up and up around here. I was a single parent raising 3 daughters. I took them because I couldn't afford to take them to a movie. It was too expensive. Okay, I worked 2 and 3 jobs and actually helped my daughter with one of her jobs. So it was actually a 4th job I was helping with to maintain things. So I took my children to the library. And when I go there, I am responsible for my children to the age of 18 years old. Well, if that's the case, you let me raise them in morality. Each individual, you can live your life any way you want. I'll love each and every one of you, even the ones that have harmed me. And I didn't really expect to do this today, but I am a survivor, not a victim. I am a survivor of pretty grotesque childhood abuse. And I'll tell you what, maybe we can take some of these funds and build a little place for children that have been abused. But I'll tell you what, they're too precious, they're too little at that age to have that kind of crap shoved at them. You guys can live your life any way you want, but do the right thing for the children that people like me and single fathers had raised children alone. Couldn't take them to parks and Disney. We went to the library to learn. Thank God for Florida and the Bright Futures Scholarship. All 3 of my girls, Bright Futures, National Honor Society, ambassador for PHCC, went to Australia. This is all from a hard-working mom that worked 3 jobs, gave them moral compasses, and I told them, you treat a janitor like you treat the principal. Do the right thing, guys. History. You want to be on the right side of history on this one. And there's a lot of people that get down on their knees and start repenting. I can tell you that right now. Thank you for letting us speak.
Thank you.
Do the right thing.
Thank you very much. We have the next speaker, please.
Bonnie Wilder from Hernando. Good afternoon, Commissioners. The present Library Advisory Board, as best I can figure out, may have voted 8 members in favor of the library LGBT displays and 1 opposed. Many of your constituents have addressed this lopsidedness of the existing board, and on behalf of parents of children, the parents who are working today and can't be here, we're hoping that there will be a more equal membership of this board when you make your decision. And it will be one concerned with healthy development rather than one that is divisive and politically potentially harmful on sexuality issues that young children's brains and emotions cannot possibly process at such tender ages. Before graduating from college back in the 1960s and heading into a 30-year teaching career, we were required to take child and adolescent psychology. I remember that Freud and all the others accepted as fact that there is a sexual latency period, naturally universal to all children, in order that in their years before puberty, they're learning social skills and education knowledge and everything that's age appropriate that will be necessary to make them healthy and happy adults. However, we also learned that if this natural development process is interrupted or assaulted by anyone with harmful information, pornography, or if the children experienced unhealthy or even dangerous molestations, then their brains will permanently change. They can be hooked on pornography and easily accept anything that awakens them sexually before their bodies and minds are really ready for all of this change in adolescence. This can include one-sided ideological library displays as well as pornography and molestation by adults or by other children. I hope that the applicants that you approve will keep these facts paramount in your minds and that your future decisions will help to reconsider the children are not ready for LGBT displays. Finally, parents' rights is going to be a burning issue all over the country, and I hope you will respect all parents' rights. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we have the next speaker, please?
Commissioners, hello. Thank you for this time. My name is Leah Ashley. I'm a resident of Inverness. I've only been here 4 years, but it's been a rather interesting run. I give you a little background on me. I'm retired. I moved here because I love this county. I've lived in 2 other counties. I do have a background in animals. I am FEMA certified in disaster animal relief, large and small. So I come to you today about the shelter, okay? We all know the population's increasing. Can't miss it. All you gotta do is drive around, see all the construction. It's obvious. More people, more pets, more needs. This animal services needs help. It needs a lot of help. It needs shelters because we're gonna have a lot more pets. How many times do you go online and somebody says, I found a dog? The first thing they tell you, call animal control. Animal services, animal control serves the citizens of this county. The citizens need this. As we grow, so should animal services. Our workers, the workers at animal services work in really rough conditions. And you know what? They're good people. Considering they work in the humidity, they work with unknown animals, they handle cruelty cases, which is interesting because that takes time and a lot of effort on everybody's part. There's no place to segregate animals who are in cruelty, which is important. I've done law enforcement and we've had to do reports. You have to find the information, gather the information, bring the case, present it to court. All of that has to be done in a certain degree with a certain amount of anonymity. Did I say that right? In order for them to do that, it's kind of hard here. They're working in a little tiny space. There is cruelty in this county. There's cruelty all over this country. This shelter needs help. I'm asking you, as a new resident, fairly new, I've been in Florida most of my life, to please, please consider this shelter. We really do need it. It serves the citizens. Your workers are good people. They don't need to be in a hot environment, humidity, no air circulation. They need something that they can work in, control the animals, and do their job, which they all do. The director's wonderful. I've only met her a couple times. The volunteers are fun, but they need help. So I'm coming to you to ask for help. Thanks, guys. Have a great day.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Ann Finkelson, and first of all, I want to thank Holly for answering my email regarding the boat ramp fees. I'm not here to complain about the fees. I'm here, it was the whole process, and I also sent some suggestions which have been implemented, and I want to thank you for reaching out to Francine, whoever Francine.
Well, the staff, yes.
The staff to do that, but there's still, there's signs up right now. I sent you another email. There are signs up right now explaining the different processes of paying the fees. And, but there's still some issues that have to be resolved, and one is trailers without tags. There are states, and I'm active in the Crystal River, the Facebook sites, and let me tell you, some people are brutal on those sites. And I'm saying, I'm not here to say, hey, these fees are going away. They're not going away. I said, what can we do as a group to improve the process? So, and this is where I'm trying to get, and there's trailers. There's one guy from Tennessee came, he says, we don't require tags on our trailers in Tennessee. And I looked up, and there is a whole list of states, and some of it's based on weight and whatever. So we need to come up with an alternate way to encompass, so it's, you know, these people from out of state are gonna come and use our ramps. So how do you capture the fee? And some people say, I'm gonna take the tag right off my trailer so I don't have to pay the fee. We gotta nip this in the bud before scallop season. So that's my whole thing. And we need to enforce the parking at the ramps as well, especially the one at the end of Fort Island Beach. People go into the beach and they're parking there. And people who are paying the ramp fees would like a place to park. So that's really all I have to say, and I hope you go back and look at this a little bit more and see how we can improve this process even more than it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Go to the next speaker, please.
Antonia, here. Antonia Arabona, Beverly Hills. Okay, there's too much going on for too long. The authorities, what does the amendment mean? It means to amend things, to correct things, okay? So what's going on? There are subliminal messages in Disney channels for the little ones, for everybody. So why do they call it program? Because the programs are mine. So people are watching junk, receiving all that trash instead of receiving good things, okay? So it's just, I mean, it was horrible. I seen on a flag, foul language on the flag, the United States flag. What does that represent, the United States? A foul language is allowed? That's not freedom of speech. Leaders are supposed to correct things, okay? They don't have to be pleaded to. They should know what's right. It's so much, it's so horrible what they're teaching, they're programming their mind. And then how can they be allowed to teach? Okay, teachers are supposed to teach math, English, science, good things. Not teach them to go against nature, okay? And if you plant an apple, you're not going to get a banana, okay? And what do? They're murdering children, okay, because we didn't put a stop to it, okay? And they call it abortion, but it's murder. And so what happens is they use that money. It's all about money. So they use that money to sell parts to other people to put in other people's bodies. It is so, I mean, how could people be so ignorant, all right? The United States need to wake up. God's people need to wake up. We need to put a stop to it, okay? Enough is enough, all right? So then they start, I just found out there's a drag queen thing or whatever. What, to drag people down to their level? You know, words are important. Amendment means to amend, to bring correction. And that's why there's leaders and that's why there's authorities, okay? They're supposed to bring correction, not that we don't have to plead to them. Oh, you need to put a stop to this. They should know. They should have common sense. You should have wisdom, okay? How can we allow wrong things, evil things to be allowed? And the little children on Disney Channel, subliminal messages from Disney, you can look it up if you don't know what's going on. But all this ugliness, okay? So Sodom and Gomorrah was destroyed. There's a consequence for whatever we do, okay? Nobody gets away with anything, so we gotta teach what's right. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable what's going on because people are so ignorant. They're blind. They're sleeping. They don't read. If you read Proverbs, it gives you common sense. It gives you wisdom, okay? Everything is in there for our correction, for instruction. Okay, I heard the whistle.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your comments. We have the next speaker, please. No applause, please. Thank you. Yes.
Good afternoon. My name is Lil Gilbert. I've been here for 50 years. I have 5 children, 7 grandchildren, 3 great-grandchildren. One of our children is bisexual. I've taken everybody to the library on various occasions over 50 years. Never felt like I was being indoctrinated, or any of my children or grandchildren are being indoctrinated into any sexual preference whatsoever. I find it hard to believe that there are so many people in Citrus County that are hateful, for lack of another word. My children aren't hurting you.
Please speak.
My children aren't
speak to
hurting
the
you,
board, please.
and I don't understand why people feel the way they do. I just want it to be known that there is more than one person in Citrus County that thinks the library is doing a fine job. I have absolutely no problem whatsoever with any of the displays that they have. Thank you.
Thank you. Could we have the next speaker, please?
Deb Spence, Crystal River. I had come here today to actually talk about a couple of other things, but it seems like we cannot get beyond the library. So I'm going to say this, hopefully for the final time, to the opposition. You lost. The board voted on January 4th. You lost. The LAB voted last month. You lost. And you're still not satisfied. You still think that there's hatred, but the hatred is coming from your side, not from our side. I had the honor of being at a volunteer appreciation meeting for the library this weekend. And what I heard there was something that I have not heard from anybody on the opposition. And that is that the library book sale, of which I have a book that I bought from there, John Kasich. I like to read different authors. I like to read different politicians to find out what the different viewpoints are. But $31,000 was made on that book sale. $6,100 came from the book sale at Homosassa Library. And I will ask if anybody who's applied for the Library Advisory Board went to either event. Because if they had gone to them, they would have seen that there's a whole lot of other books that are there that have nothing to do with sexuality. The library display is an inanimate object. What makes it political is how people react to it. And we need to pull back from that reaction because we have a democratic society. We go up for votes, and the votes have been taken. The other thing that I don't hear anybody from the opposition talk about is that there are 261 volunteers that help out in the library system. These are people who no longer require the county to pay for the services. Some of them are educators, tutors, people who dedicate their time. These are the people who need to be on the Library Advisory Board, not people who are political. 13,000 hours were donated to the library this year. If you want to put a dollar figure on that, that's $330,000 that this county did not have to spend. Where is the opposition talking about that? Where are these people who want to apply for the Library Advisory Board talking about what the library does so well? The library is more than just one topic. And we need to back away from the homosexuality issue, from the display issue, which, by the way, no tax dollar supports. As I just mentioned, with all the money that the book sales make, that's where the money comes from. So if you don't understand that part, you have no right to be on the advisory board. I would also like to suggest that anybody for the advisory board have a library card. That should be the bare minimum. Also, if anybody has filled out a card here, they should be immediately disqualified because they only have one thing in mind, and that's homosexuality, and that's no place in the public library. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else to speak at this time? Is there anyone else who wishes to address the board? Okay, we're going to close public comment. While the board members here are kind of digesting everything they heard, I'll make a couple comments in regards to some of this. First of all, I'll just kind of go in order. The dollar leases, I'm against the dollar leases, have been. The administrator brought it to us, and the board chose to take no action. So we can say we want to do something about it, and when the administrator brings it forward, and if the board doesn't move forward, nothing happens. Everybody gets all excited and says we're going to do something, and then we don't. So I'll give you an example. I even asked the question, few years ago when I was elected, I made a big deal about removing things like the Key Training Center and CASA and those types of organizations. They used to get direct payments from, they still do. We've been trying to wean them off each year, a little more by a little more. I said it's not the county's business to be funding nonprofits. And to me, giving a $1 lease is no different than writing them a check. You know, it's the same thing. So I've been against it. I haven't changed. Somebody said today about changing minds. I'll tell you one thing, you guys that have known me for 7.5 years here or longer, you may agree with me, you may totally disagree with me, but I very seldom change my mind. And I have not changed my mind on the $1 leases. As a matter of fact, the things that we have, so the fire stations, we've asked for them to be appraised, and the board's direction was get them appraised and we're going to sell them. Let me talk about the canvassing board. It seems like some people think the only way you can win elections is go after other people that don't like the people that like the people you don't. Is in 2000, I think the thing was thrown out at me was in 2021. I said something. I believe I was appointed to the canvassing board in 2022. So I don't know that what you say prior, to being appointed to the canvassing board. But I'll tell you this. I think what was said was that all the county commissioners supported that candidate, so that means nobody from the county commission could be on the canvassing board per that description that was read. If that's true, take it up with the supervisor of elections, because it doesn't break my heart. If you don't want me on the canvassing board, there's about 50 other days that I could be doing something else, that I don't have to be at those meetings. But the chairman of the county commission is tasked with being on that. Also, while we're on that subject, we might as well hit all these things. When we first went through this, Commissioner Kennard was the county's alternate. And the interesting thing about the canvassing board is generally, the chairman makes recommendations, the whole board, votes on it or whatever. But when it comes to the canvassing board, I found out that the chairman of the BOCC has appointment authority. So it's whoever the chairman appoints. So Commissioner Kennard was going to do it, and then he said he couldn't because he was going to be politically active. And then I think reluctantly Commissioner Carnahan said, well, I'll do it. Well, since that time, Commissioner Kennard has decided he's not going to be politically active, and so I'm going to reappoint him as the alternate to the canvassing board. So we've dealt with that. And if you want to remove me, that's up to the judge and the supervisor of elections. If you convince them to take me off, fine, that's for you to do. Oh, let's see. Let's talk about Pine Ridge Roads. I just want to mention this because you talked about an active presentation. The way we do our workshops, you get 5 minutes before the meeting, 5 minutes after the meeting. And if you represent a group and you supply a letter that says you have authority to speak for that group, then you get 5 minutes instead of 3 to speak. So if your organization wishes to make a presentation, then I would suggest that you get it together and do that. And if you have more than one person from your organization, they can have 3 minutes to speak as well. So everybody gets plenty of chance. The one thing about roads, very simple. This is another good segue. I'm not giving you a lot of things you don't already know. The issue with roads is money. So if you want roads surface faster, you got to raise more money. The question has been about how do we do that? I think the fairest, most equitable way is a half-cent sales tax. The people I've talked to, once they hear about it, believe that's the most equitable way. But the board would not mandate it. It would be a referendum, and the citizens decide. And if the citizens want it, then we have it. And if they don't want it, we don't. But I have never had a problem with the citizens deciding. But the board has never wanted to move forward because the citizens we hear from say it'll go down in flames just like it did the last 2 times, so why waste the money and effort to do it? But if the citizens, want to have it out there and we can do it where it won't cost a lot of extra money, I personally have no problem with asking the citizens, would you support this? But you're right, when you talk about the money goes to something else, I met with a group yesterday, and the first thing they said is, would the clerk of the court have control over the count? In other words, we don't trust you to take this money and spend it the way you said you'd spend it. And I said, yeah, we'll go into a restricted account. The board would get a report once a year, how much was raised, where it went. So with that, and again, I'm hitting kind of the broad brush strokes here. If the other commissioners want to go into details, they can. Let's talk about the library board and what happens. I'm going to talk a little bit how the process is going to work. I told you that there's, I believe, 45 or 46 or whatever applicants. I believe it's 45. and for 5 spots. And what I'm going to do, and what I've encouraged everyone on the board to do, is to go through and rate them. You know, who's your number 1, who's your number 2, and who's your number 45. And then we're going to have a process where we're going to go through and we're going to have board members nominate people, and we're going to do this 1 seat at a time. And so for every motion that's made before the board votes, we'll take public input. So if somebody, you know, the board nominates candidate X and the rest of the board, you know, there's a second, then we'll hear from the public and then we'll vote. But all the members of this board, and the other 2 as well, should be able to give you a reason why they're supporting X person for that board. And I'm just going to tell you, my position on this has not changed, and that is, it's advisory board. They were not elected. You elected us to appoint people to that board. So to say, oh, it's just, you know, we have nothing to, no, we don't. We have a lot to do with it. And if the citizens, the vast majority of the citizens who elect us, are not happy, which that's what the 45 applicants tells me, is that there's more interest in this board than there's ever been, then when we make selections, we need to demonstrate that we sat down and took, you know, some time and went through these applications. And if I say this is my number 1, I'm going to say why. You know, and if I can support another commissioner's person, I will, and if I can't, I'll say why I can't. You know, so it's going to be an open process, and the public will be involved. So if you might want to pack a lunch and a dinner and bring it with you to that meeting, because we may be here a while on that one. Let's see. One point really was made about the library board is that we asked for advice, and when the board itself votes to reject giving advice to the BOCC, then that does not mean it's an advisory board any longer, if you ask me. I can never remember a time on the Tourist Development Board when any member said, let's send this over to the BOCC and we'll see what they think about it and see if we should pursue it. We never said, no, we're never going to ask them to make a decision on anything. So that's what these boards are supposed to do. And also, I know it's getting late, but I'm going to keep talking. No, I know. Okay, so, and the shelter, the one thing when we get to the shelter, one thing I really am going to be curious about, and it will, just so you know, I'm going to ask item F under bids to be pulled separately, because that's the basically almost $1 million request for designing the shelter, so I want to discuss that separately. Will it expand the shelter? I keep hearing that we need more space, but the last presentation we got, we were told it's the same size. So I'm real curious, will it be the same size? Will it be larger? So we'll get to that. And everybody else talked about the library, I touched that, and road resurfacing, I talked about that. And if I missed anything, hopefully some of the other commissioners will pick up on it. So who wants to jump in there, anybody?
Sure.
Commissioner Connolly. Yep.
Mr. Motley, I'm not sure if he was one of the emails that I had answered, but I did answer quite a few of them, folks that are in the neighborhood that would be impacted by this transmission line going underground. My understanding is that there's some type of directional boring or something is the way they move these cables underground. But that's a process that will be used out there. And quite honestly, that was the reason that I wanted to continue with having the presentation today, is having folks up here to explain what was going on, why this was going on. You know, I'm sure hasn't answered all the questions, but at least, like I said, we've all got the same information at this point. Let's see, we've got road resurfacing. Again, it comes down to funding. We're going to have to raise the funds somewhere. It'll either come in the form of ad valorem, an increase in the millage rate, or hopefully, eventually, I think much as what, Mr. Chairman, what you had suggested is a much better way to do this is with sales tax. That gets the tourists involved, that gets non-property owners involved. Everybody is helping to contribute to get our infrastructure repaired. The Library Advisory Board will be dealing with that in 2 weeks. And let's see here, Mr. Metz said that there are roads being paved with no homes on them. I would like to ask Randy if that's the case. Are we paving roads that have no houses on them?
Yes. Let me tell you the reason for it, however. It's, the county funds from gas tax are used on the formula that was adopted by the board, which is based on a combination of road rating. If it's above 7 or above, it goes into a pool, and then if there are 10 houses on a road of equal distance and one with 9, the one with 10 gets paid first. So it's based on density second. In Citrus Springs, it's a little bit of a unique situation in that there was a lawsuit and there are MSBU funds that are used to pave the streets out there. The MSBU is paid equally as it relates to paving between the lots that have houses on them and the ones that don't. And as a result of that settlement, the precedent that was set was that they had to be treated equally. So that funding is done worst to first.
All right, very good, thank you. So we've got our answer there. And let's see, we've got folks make comments about the shelter. We'll be dealing with the design portion of that here shortly. And let me see, the boat ramp fee problems. I did see I believe it was Nicholson. I did see her post on social media, very informative, and you know, yes, she's right. There's some folks on there that just you know, are very angry about it, and you know, weren't offering suggestions for how to improve the process. She was quite the opposite of you know, trying to get folks to offer suggestions to help improve this. Hopefully, we will continue to take the constructive criticism to improve it and get this not only the website and cameras, but also the premium parking app. I understand there's still a glitch in that. Hopefully that we can get that addressed and get that corrected before the invasion on, I believe it's July 1st. Let's see, I think that's all I got. Thank you.
Okay, let's go next. Mr. Davis?
Sure. To follow up what Mr. Oliver said about Citrus Springs and Mr. Metz, I just want to further clarify that there's 2 pots of money that go into Citrus Springs repaving. One pot has to go worst to first. The other one is worst to first bucket, then density is a second. So there is some, it's a split pot, just to clarify that. The dollar leases, I am against them. My understanding is that much like the Key Training Center being weaned off over, I think, 10 years, 20 years, weaned off, you can't just pull the rug out from underneath nonprofits from former policies. So my understanding is that we have put multiple nonprofits on notice that their property is being, the property that they are leasing is being assessed for value and being put on the market. So they are all on pretty short notice that when we sell it, they're gone. So I'm not really sure why he said we're not for it, because I've been very forthright saying I don't believe in the dollar leases. I agree with you, Ms. Watson. The issue about the Library Advisory Board, that was, from my understanding, I was not there, but that was misrepresented. It was not a vote about putting a policy together. It was an actual policy suggestion, and then that was voted down. So otherwise, I will address library issues when we have the Library Governing Board meeting. Deb Spence on that topic, all excellent points. Ann Finkelson, I think she may have left, I was just looking for her. There you are. You are my favorite kind of resident. You identify a real problem and you bring ideas for solutions, and you're nice about it. Thank you. We need. You can't address this from the audience. I'm sorry, but I just wanted to give you a little shout out. Same with Janet Barrett. The plate. Where's Janet? Janet, did she leave? Oh, bummer. That was a nice shout out from her to me, but I have to credit the staff for choosing the place to go to Citrus Springs Community Center, and I was very happy to be there. I do think the sales tax with a sunset clause is absolutely the right way to get our roads repaved. That way, there's just an epic lack of trust in government, some of which is for good reason. So if we go out there and say for 4 years or 8 years or whatever it is, we're going to do a half-cent sales tax, and it's only for roads, then you can judge for yourself, and then it sunsets automatically. And you can then judge to vote that in for something else or not. So, Mark Saduska, not sure I'm pronouncing that correctly. Pine Ridge Roads, we're about to deal with that. All I can say is maybe there could be perhaps a small tweak to density on how we do that calculation. I think the system that we have in place right now is pretty doggone good, but maybe a tweak to density would help out. Marty Little, if she's still here. We do have, I can't say what you said because I have to be all commissioner-like, but I do agree we have an awesome staff, and I'm 100% behind getting the new shelter built. And Dick Motley, I couldn't agree more on communication, needs to improve, and that's why we had a communications workshop this morning on how to actually tell y'all what we're up to a little bit more clearly. So that's it, Chair.
Okay, Commissioner Slayback.
Sales tax, the discretionary half-cent penny, I even talked about it in my campaign. It's a valuable tool. It can be used if it's used wisely. I said January 2021, I was going to stop talking about it because I got so much pushback. So I'm glad to hear it being opened up again. Dollar lease, you know I've been against that from the beginning, but there are some people that have to be phased in and out. Paul, there was no photo op. I didn't pose for a photo for any candidate. That's actually our official photo for the board. Dick Motley, I don't know if you're here, but I am going to look into that. I'm very interested about what you're saying about the lines being run in front of homes. Mark, I got your letter, I read it, and I spoke with Mr. Hunter, and gonna keep working on that with Pine Ridge Road, Citrus Spring Roads, and again, the funding. Let's see. The animal shelter, I mean, you all know where I stand, but it's about, again, I was so glad to hear you say, Marty, that it's about our employees' safety. It's not even about size anymore at this point. It is about safety and what we can do. And we have, we've done, I mean, the community has given a tremendous amount of money towards this new animal shelter. So I'm very hopeful that things will continue. The library board, the library displays, unfortunately, you know, we've heard about this so much and I've talked about it so much. The one thing I am gonna, as a mother, I care about my daughters, I protect my daughters. Sometimes it's a little insulting to be told who people think we are when you don't know me as a mother, you don't know me as you don't know my daughters and what they've accomplished. So, you know, I just kind of try to weed through some of that ugliness. There's no need to be ugly. We all want to protect our children. All good people want to protect our children, and that is so very important. And I'm going to continue to fight for the children. But I think that I'm going to, you know, continue to fight and make sure that every children has dinner at night too. And I'm going to take away from what Deb said. And when I go through all the applications, which I have them in my briefcase, I'm going to look and see who has the library card. I thought that is very, very important. And I do every year for probably 15 years or however long it's been, go to the book sale. I love books, and to see the people that donate day after day, their time and energy is very moving. And that's my takeaway from today.
Okay, Commissioner Carnahan.
I think you guys have covered the bases. Well, one thing I will say is the boat ramp, the fees. When we first started, I got my ears chewed off this weekend on some of the individuals that bought boat ramp fees from the start, because it went by your truck tag, and then we changed it to trailer tags. So it will get your truck tag and it will send you a ticket. So that is a good thing. So if they don't have a trailer tag, it will still get your truck tag or your car tag, and they still will send you a ticket. So other than that, I think everybody's covered.
Thank you. I must say, I had to take my son to launch his boat twice in the last couple of days. I thought the system worked perfectly, and he was kind of amazed that people couldn't understand it. You know, I mean, it's, you show up, you do what the sign says, and you launch your boat. And the people down there seem to be, he did point out that it's not the craziness it used to be. You know, when now that people pay to use it, it's not the bedlam down there that it used to be. Okay, well, with that said, we will now continue to move on. Regular business. Yes, sir.
Motion to approve item E1, A through G, except item F. We'll pull that and discuss it.
Second.
Okay, very good. So Commissioner Kennard makes that motion, a second by Commissioner Carnahan. Is there any public comment on those items other than item F? Seeing none, is there any further commissioner discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. Okay, Commissioner Kennard, you pulled it, but I said I wanted to. Did you pull it just to discuss, or you just want me to go and tell you why I was going to pull it anyway?
No, I think I'd like to hear Mr. Oliver go ahead and introduce the item, and then.
I can do that. This is, we went out through the Consultants Competitive Negotiations Act as required by Florida law to select an architect/engineering firm to design the animal shelter within the parameters that were provided by the board. What this provides for is kennel-wise, as it's currently configured, it's the same size as the existing shelter. However, it does have add alternates for several things, a cattery for one, a educational room, if you will, a pole barn, additional kennels because it's made to expand this thing, and it's going to largely depend on funding that's available at that particular time. Currently, as you're probably well aware, the construction industry is moving along pretty quickly. Materials are somewhat hard to get, and they're also expensive. So until we get the, the price, the architect's estimate of probable cost or engineer's estimate of probable cost, we won't have a better number. But that is the, what's the gist of this. And at the time the bids come back, we can move those numbers and make the decisions. You can make the decisions as to what you feel the most important components are. So if there are any questions, I'm prepared to answer.
So it is the same size?
Same size.
Same size. So everybody that says we need a bigger shelter, the two speakers that says this is good, it'll give us a bigger shelter, it won't. Not as what's being spec'd at. The other thing I'm just going to say, and I'm just going to remind everybody, I'm not going to beat this to death because I know I'm on the losing end of this, but we are now at $986,000 for a design. Okay, so let that sink in, people. $1 million for a design before the first scoop of dirt is turned. And that's fine because we're going to hear all the community is going to pay for it and no tax dollars are going to go into it. Well, if that's the case, I'd like to see all that money in escrow in an account somewhere before we start down this path and we end up spending $1 million on something that may or may not get built. Because you talk about changing minds, there is an election coming up, and I can tell you this is hot on people's minds out there right now. People I talk to do not want this kind of money spent. The comments that were made to me is, why don't you spend this much sheltering veterans? Why don't you spend this much sheltering children? Why you don't spend this money designing a shelter for people that you're spending for animals? And again, I'm just going to remind you, in the past, I said, let's fix the problems at the shelter, and I wasn't allowed to have that information. They voted me down and said, no, we're not even going to discuss putting money into the existing shelter because we're not even going to consider it. So when somebody asked me, what would it cost to air condition the shelter? I don't know. What would it cost to give the employees break room? I don't know, because the board chose not to even look at that information. So I'm just saying, based on the fact that we don't know what it's going to cost, we don't know how much is coming in, and we don't know what the final layout of this is going to be, I am certainly not going to vote to spend nearly $1 million. So that's my position on it. So with that said, you guys will have to make a motion to do what you want to do with item F, so.
Mr. Chairman, I
Yes.
move to approve item E1F.
Second.
Okay, so Commissioner Slabaugh makes that motion, and second by Commissioner Davis. Is there any public comment? Please come up. Again, limited to this motion, please. And it's approve and authorize, the motion is to approve and authorize the chairman to execute an agreement for engineering, so for the new design of the new animal shelter. Okay.
Hi,
Hi.
I'm back. Lil Gilbert, Inverness. I could list all the warm and fuzzy reasons why Citrus County needs a new animal center. You know all about that. So I'm gonna list the broken things, the missing things, the things that don't work, the space they don't have, the places where people and animals can get hurt or become ill, the things staff and volunteers deal with every day, over and above the vast amount of work involved in taking care of hundreds of animals, performing surgery, dealing with the public, and completing forensic exams on cruelty cases. Some of these things could result in definite financial liabilities to the county. Broken windows cause injuries. Windows that don't close completely cause mold. Doors that won't open or close completely allow escapes. Those summer storms can flood the kennels. Cracks and holes in the floors and walls, the open leaking roofs in cat adoption and the upper dog kennels result in vermin, mold, rot, bacteria, disease, and accidents. Old drainage troughs no longer drain freely and they breed bacteria. Guillotine doors are used to move a dog from the front to the rear of a kennel. If it fails and the cable snaps, which it does, it can cause severe injury to the dog or put a staff member in danger. Narrow hallways do not allow, pardon me, for more than one person and one dog to travel through. Dogs trying to attack each other through the gates can and do redirect their anger and frustration onto people. The main storage building is being used to house animal cruelty cases. Supplies are now stored off-site. This is inconvenient and not at all cost-effective. The garage, which was used for everyday storage, is being used to house small dogs, animals with contagious conditions, and cruelty cases. It's gotten to the point where the floors can no longer be cleaned, much less disinfected. 50 years of urine, feces, and blood will do that. The recovery and surgery suite are far too small. There are often upwards of 6 animals recovering at one time. It takes a lot of maneuvering to keep these animals from waking up all at once, from accosting one another and those caring for them. The staff men's room shower is also the storage area for all foster supplies, food, litter, trays, potty pads, and the like. Staff lost their lunchroom for several months when, due to an influx of cruelty cases, the cat adoption room was moved to the lunchroom. They ate lunch in the lobby, in their cars, or outside on broken picnic tables. It was neither sanitary nor comfortable. Kennel doors don't always close completely, and they have large gaps. Dogs can reach through and bite, and they do. These are not minor inconveniences. These are problems that can and do cause severe injuries and disease. Yes, we need a new facility. Constantly throwing money at a problem only to have it happen again a month later is a waste of time and money. Some problems just can't be fixed. You just have to start fresh. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker on this motion, please.
Hi there, my name is Rory Wells. I'm from Citrus Springs. And I specifically wanted to address the space question. It's not that the space is larger, it's that it's going to be of better use. So where they are allocating storage and break rooms and stuff like that now, the new plan is a better layout. So it's not necessarily the aspect of the size itself, it's how that size is being used. And Lil brought up all of my other great points, so I won't repeat everything. But the shelter is doing a great job with what they have, but there's only so many Band-Aids that you can put on the shelter that is currently there, and the safety issues are of utmost importance. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Debbie Hahn. I live in Homosassa. I moved over here a year and a half ago from Seminole County, Florida, so I wanted to get away from the hustle and bustle. And I was able to use your animal control services. One of my dogs got loose, and I went there several times looking for her, and I found her, thank goodness. And another incident, I found an animal, and they helped me with that. the facility is, it's not adequate for the amount of animals it has to have and handle. I mean, it was clean as it could be. Everyone that worked there was wonderful. They answered my calls, you know, when I was checking in and everything. I've worked at Seminole County Animal Services volunteering. I've worked with Orange County Animal Services volunteering way back 40 years ago when they had a facility half the size of what you have. And there were people constantly getting bit, getting injured, chain link tears your skin, things like this. So those are the main issues now when I see a facility that's, you know, aging and degrading. You're setting people up, your volunteers and your employees, for injuries. And they can be huge injuries. I've had several over the years. I've worked 40 years with working for rescues, private rescues, or volunteering at county rescues. And you can get serious injuries that can lay you up for months. And that's costly for health care that's provided for the employees, and it's costly for volunteers to get hurt and have to pay their own way. And a shelter is a reflection of a community. That's what it is. And I understand we have veterans that need help, but we have Veterans Affairs for that. My nephew is in Veterans Affairs. And we have other government, you know, big government agencies that handle other things. Not that any of those are lesser. They're certainly not. And human care is above animal care. I love animals, so I want to see it done. But I just think it's really, we have to consider. I'm living here now. I'm a Citrus County resident, and I think we just have to consider it for the people that work there, for the people that volunteer there, and for the animals. So thank you very much for your time. This is my first meeting I attended, and it was quite interesting.
Thank you very much, and we hope you'll come back. Okay, thank you. Can we have the next speaker, please?
Good afternoon. My name is Bernie McDermott. I am a resident of Citrus Hills. And one of the topics that I think tends to be overlooked is the shelter's integral part of public health and safety. And I wanted to highlight a few, it's a lot of numbers, but I'll go through them quickly, I promise. The active TNR program, that's 923 cats that were trapped, treated, and released. Pre-surgery vaccinations. The clinics, the veterinary clinic has a low-cost program for residents of Citrus County to get their animals spayed, neutered. They actually have vet visits, all low cost, available to the public. There were, the vaccine clinic has serviced 545 animals. The pre-surgery vaccination, 239. The owner spay neuter, 291. The clinic pet retention for animals that are seen and returned, 129. And surgery services of 46. So that is just the activity of the vet services hand in hand with the community public health and safety. Talk about population. It's getting to be quite common now that we have a lot of protective custody animals. It's no big secret, and it's not getting any better. But over the course of the last 2 years, where these numbers are coming from March 2020 to March of 22, there were 125 animals housed for bite quarantine at the shelter. And 231 animals have been housed for protective custody. Those intervals could be anywhere as low, averaging about 3 months, almost out to a year for case in point out of the box, which is a case of what happens when a rescue gets out of hand and is not accountable. Facility, you're aware of the condition of the facility. If you've been there to visit, thank you. If you haven't, you really should go as you move forward with this process. The floor traffic, if you walk around the shelter, there are pinch points, constricted areas. There have been severe bites to volunteers at these points. The lighting is atrocious. I don't know how it gets by as being disabled access. You could get to certain areas, but good luck. You can't maneuver in those areas. It may fulfill the minimum requirements, but that's all it is. They're the minimum requirements. The lighting is awful. You cannot have a conversation in the shelter area. In 2017, it got so bad, I, on my own, did a sound survey. Oh, I'm
Thank
sorry.
you. Thank you. Time's expired. Go to the next speaker, please.
My name is Paul John Reinhardt, Beverly Hills, Florida, and I had the pleasure of adopting a dog back in 1994, and the last adoption I had was from the ASPCA facility in New York City, and that dog died in 1969. It takes you a long time to swing around to get another one. But what I wanted to address was, they had these problems in New York City years ago. As you could tell, we would have a lot of dogs, the abuse and everything else. They were one of the first ones that involved law enforcement in capturing animals, stray animals, way before we ever did. But what they did, and maybe you would want to consider this or think it over, they had a survey done actually, and I was wondering if it was ever done here, by the ASPCA and get recommendations for what should be in the new shelter, or what should be done with the old shelter. I mean, they are the experts nationwide on how to do these shelters, but I just wanted to throw that out there.
Thank you. Is there any other citizen comment on this motion?
This is personal. Janet Barrick, Citrus Springs. I'm not against dogs or cats. We've had animals as long as I'm alive, okay? What I'm against is wasting money. I know that if the roof is leaking, some building that the county owns, they call facilities management. They come out and fix it. If the air conditioner's not working, they call facilities management. They come out and fix it. Okay, there are departments in the county that are responsible for maintenance of buildings. This building was built a long time ago, but it's functional. What we need to do is remember that we have to say no more animals, and we have to make citizens responsible. If you've got 2 animals, you need to be responsible for those 2 animals, not the county. If we want to spend all this money, you need to start thinking Baker Act building, okay? You need to start thinking about people, getting our citizens taken care of properly. And yes, I know you're going to hear complaints from every employee that no matter what kind of a job they have, they don't like this, they don't like that, they like certain things about the job, but, you know, if they're really that upset, then you would have a hard time filling positions. And I don't think there are a hard time filling positions out there. You know, you get an opening, it gets filled. Volunteers come and go. They're volunteers. They can do what they want. Okay, I'm a volunteer for a lot of things. And if I don't like what's going on, I just say, hey, today's my last day, and I walk away. You got to remember, you are the stewards of our money, our taxes. We have other things that are necessary. The building, it may need some fixing. It may need some sprucing up. Maybe put some new lights somewhere where somebody says there's no lighting. But they need to say only so many animals. And when it gets to that point, they did it the other year. They weren't accepting animals because it was full. And yes, you're going to get animals that bite. You're going to get animals that scratch. That's probably why people get rid of them, because the dog was getting aggressive or the cat was tearing up their furniture. We also have horses and cows and pigs and chickens that get, you know, taken care of by the county. And the thing is, you can only do so much, but to be spending money this way, and I know people are going to hate me for what I'm saying, and they really are. But it's my opinion, and that's where I'm allowed to give my opinion at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. We have the next speaker, please.
Sabrina Watson, Lecanto, Florida. I just wanted to make a couple of comments on the animal shelter. All public health and humane services are important. Our people are important, but so are our pets, so are our veterans. So there's a lot of things that are important. It's my understanding from watching all this for the last year that this design, while it may not initially be larger, it is better designed, the space is better designed, and I understand, correct me if I'm wrong, that there are opportunities for build-outs on it. So if somebody wants to donate a cat wing, or somebody comes along and they want to donate their funds after they've died to the new surgery center, this building allows for those build-outs that could be done by citizens and citizen money or donations and not necessarily county funds. So I just want to say that I want to point that out to everybody. And the fact of the matter is that as a thriving, growing, compassionate community, it is essential that we're compassionate in all areas. I don't think Tampa put their animal shelter on Skid Row. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Yes.
Me again, like a bad penny.
No, ma'am. Glad you're here.
So I just wanted to finish up what Bernie had to say. He had some very good numbers here. I had talked about the noise level earlier. And so if we have ambient sound in there, that's the sound of a vacuum cleaner. If we have an average full population, that's the sound of a subway platform. And when we are full, which is most of the time, and doubling up on animals, that's the sound of a jackhammer. I've seen dogs kill each other because of overcrowding. I've been bit 3 times. I've spent 3 days at Shands because the areas are so narrow, trying to get the dogs in and out without them attacking each other through the kennels. And I know we've had some very other serious injuries to the staff as well. So, how many times do you have to have that before something really awful happens? As we said, we're growing. It's only going to get busier in there. It's only going to get busier in there. And our director has instituted so many programs to help keep our numbers down as it is. I don't know how much further down you can get. I mean, we do everything we can to try and keep those dogs in their homes, try and get them adopted, farmed out to other facilities, other rescues. We do everything we possibly can. So please, don't keep kicking this can down the road. It's going to be a problem. It already is a problem. And yes, we're always going to have something else. Always. We always have something else. But I defy you to tell me, last time you built a new building, did you worry about the veterans? Did you worry about the kids? Did you worry about whatever? You don't, because you needed them. We need this. It's not a question of sending the money somewhere else. We need this. This is important. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on this motion? Okay, we'll close public comment. Board, further discussion? Commissioner,
Yes, sir.
Okay, Commissioner Schleybaugh had her hand up.
I just want to let all of you out there know that so far we have raised in donations without a fundraiser $2,182,390. Randy, you told me this money that for the engineering will be coming out of the donations, correct?
Correct.
So this is not taxpayer dollars. This isn't wasteful spending, Janet. These are donations that the public has sent to that is in a designated fund. And, I don't think that there's something that has to be given up to do what is right and proper by building a new, safe, state-of-the-art shelter. It will do more for our community than people realize. Having it in Lecanto, we can feed off of universities. We can do so much. There is an opportunity, plus it's the right thing to do. And so thank you very much, but I support this. You know that I've supported this, and I've listened to the community, and they have been paying, they have been donating money. Tomorrow I pick up $200,000. That a person's already donated an additional $200,000 for the new shelter. So thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Davis?
Yeah, sorry, get back to that page. It is, to Mr. McDermott's point, wherever you went, it is absolutely, thank you for saying that, it is an integral part of health and safety for the community. Ms. Watson, it is compassion, and it does allow for expansion, so you're absolutely right about that. On that note, I actually thought that the donations were supposed to go to the add-ons, not to the overall shelter design, but maybe somebody else can address that. And to everybody's point, I did do my homework. And I think that at least a couple of us up here have, in terms of what are the best practices for a new shelter, and certainly our shelter staff has done so. I personally toured 3 different shelters, our own plus 2 others in other counties that were almost brand new, to look at best practices in person. I did that in the fall of 2020 before I started the job as commissioner, but after the election. And they had a small cruelty case when I was in there, and it was abominable situation. I can only imagine. I think last week we took in another 120 cats or something ridiculous like that. So when we get these huge cruelty cases or multiple stacked up at once, what the volunteers are telling you is absolutely true. And Janet, I think you left the room. They told me you left the room when I threw some love your way on my last set of comments, but I'm going to respectfully disagree with you. I don't hate you, but you have not done, I actually have quite a lot of affection for you, actually. You have not done your homework. I would challenge you to go talk to one of the volunteers that's here in the room and go get a tour, because you do carry a big megaphone in your community, and I think you should go take a look at what the current situation is at the shelter before you make up your mind that we can fix it, because in my estimation, that ship sailed a long time ago. So that's all I got.
Okay, Commissioner
I'll
Kernahan.
wrap it up. Randy, again, the money, first and foremost, I think $1 million for a design, architecture and design is crazy, but,
It includes A&E services.
okay.
So
and
if you don't,
secondly,
that's
you know,
the,
that's what my question was gonna be. Is this money coming out of donated money? Because if it's coming out of
It is.
general fund, I'm gonna know if it's coming from donation. I can vote for it because the people give their money. So if it's donation money, and I also agree with Commissioner Davis, that money was supposed to be for extra add-ons to the shelter, is what I thought. But again, if it's donated money, from the, public, I'll vote yes. If it's from general fund, absolutely will not spend $1 million. I think we can do it cheaper than that.
Well, Mr. Oliver's looking for that. That was my understanding too. My understanding was that any raised money was going for add-ons to it. Maybe that's changed. And the other thing is, if you spend $1 million of donated money and you don't end up building the shelter, did you then spend that people's money in bad faith because they were given that money for the shelter? And if it just goes to a design, then you didn't do what they wanted done. Whereas if you turned around and took that money and fixed the shelter and did what they wanted, then you would have that. So I'm not going to beat this up. I'm just going to tell you, this is the same thing that happened in Meadowcrest. This is why we ended up with Meadowcrest, because some commissioners wanted to buy Meadowcrest, and others said, let's look at what we need to do to find a different place. And it was railroaded down that, no, that's the only way to do it, that's the only way to do it. All these promises are made, and it never happened. And the final thing, I've heard 3 times now, the same number of animals. So it doesn't matter how the space is used, it's for the same number of animals. So if the staff has given up their lunchroom because we have too many animals, what I'm hearing, they're gonna be giving it up in the new building because it's designed for the same number of animals. So, and again, I want to go back, just so it's clear, I was never against a new shelter. I was just against the concept of voting to do something without knowing what it's going to cost, where the funds are going to come from. We still haven't talked about the future cost of operation, and we keep getting told, oh, it'll be there, it'll be there. So, yeah, we've committed money that as we sell property, we're going to put it towards capital, it'll go towards the purchase of this or that, but it still does not address the issue of operation. So if you're going to air condition that shelter, it's going to be much more expensive. And I was told, believe it or not, 7.5 years ago when I was elected, this was a very hot topic. The animal shelter was like a big topic. So I went and I toured it 7.5 years ago. I've toured it several times since then. And 7.5 years ago, we were told, just give us a couple $100,000, we'll fix it. Just give us this, we'll fix it. So we did, and that was that until a new group of commissioners come in, and then there's new ears to hear these things, and it goes down the same old road. But I'll tell you this, everybody has their constituency. I'm not saying people are right or wrong. I'm just telling you the people that talk to me absolutely are against spending this kind of money. They're not against an animal shelter, they're against spending this kind of money. And I wouldn't have a problem if a fund was set up and if it cost $20 million or whatever to build this, because as I pointed out the last time, when you borrow money, which you don't know how much you're going to, it didn't include interest. So who knows what the interest rate's going to be when it's borrowed to build this. If all that money was sitting in an escrow account somewhere, well, of course, I wouldn't have a problem with it. It's just now, it's based on promises and, oh, we need a nicer place. So all these arguments are good, and again, I won't debate it because I know I'm on the losing side, but I'm not going to support it.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
You know, this is a very good point. Thank you for bringing it up, Commissioner Davis, because Randy, you actually told me during the briefing that the money was going to be from the donations. I forgot about the add-ons and things like that, because I know there's possible money coming from Betts Farm, and, you know, how are we gonna handle this? So where is this money gonna be coming from?
As it's proposed on the agenda item, it's coming from donations. If you want to take it from another source, you have an agenda item later that you've got $2 million in, a little over $2 million in excess revenues over expenses for last year. You could take it from that too. It's the board's
Okay.
decision.
Okay.
Money's fungible.
Then you would have to backtrack on your issue about it wouldn't be county tax dollars.
No, that's what I said that actually in the beginning, that I might have misspoke.
Chair.
Yes.
Commissioner Slabaugh, I do think it goes to, and I know you would be on board with this, so I'm not casting aspersions, it goes to our citizen trust in us, and if they donated money for add-ons, it needs to be for add-ons.
Yeah. I've only had really one person, that's the check tomorrow, that said, I want this to go to the catio, the 400,000. That's the only person of every check I've picked up that has said that that's what they want it to go to. I still, let's see here in the agenda, it says, I think that this needs to be taken from the general fund, and then we will either reimburse the general fund when we get other additional monies. I don't know, what do you suggest, Randy?
If you don't take it from donations, the only place it can come is going to be from general fund contingency or the true-up. Not contingency, it would have to come from general fund reserves, because we don't have that kind of money in contingency.
Okay, so it's gonna have to come from the donations, which people have donated towards a new shelter. And this is the first step of the new shelter.
Well, if I may make a comment on that, that's not what you told them. We said in here publicly, over and over, at least 3 times it was stated, this is how much money is planned to be borrowed, and any donation money goes to additions and add-ons. That's what we said publicly. So now, somebody unilaterally has changed that public board policy that said that, okay? Then, we also have in front of us again, another $1 million expenditure that we're going, well, we don't know where the money's gonna come from now. To come in here and present something like this and say, well, we'll find it somewhere, because at first it's going to be donations, now it's not. Oh, now it might be general fund, or maybe it won't, and if it does, now we are, somebody also said we're not giving up anything. Comes from general fund, Randy just told you, if you take $1 million out of the $2 million, then you're cutting $1 million from something else. So we just got to get our story straight here as we move forward with this, is where it's coming from, what it's for, and what you told people, because you can't go out and tell people your thing is going to this, and it doesn't mean that, I don't think we ever allowed people to say, I'll give you money, but this has to go to this item. We've said it can go to building a new shelter or operating a shelter, but, so again, it comes back to sticking by what you said. We're already hearing how people don't trust government, and I've heard 3 different policy shifts since we started this discussion, so.
Chair.
Yes.
Mr. Oliver.
Just a second.
Denise
Well, I know, but I'm running the meeting, so let me hear from Commissioner Davis, then we'll hear from the attorney.
Well, the Betts Farm sale is theoretically imminent because we have a lot of interest in it and one contract already on the table. What is the timing for payment to the firm versus the income from Betts?
Well, I never count money on a real estate deal until the money's in the bank.
I understand that.
Okay, even though I think this is a very viable offer, but things happen sometimes. We put it on the next agenda. What's indicated is it would be 45 days from the date that the board approves the contract.
Okay, did that answer your question?
Yes, so.
Partially.
Okay.
Well, just a second, I want to hear what you have to say as soon as.
Well, the only thing I can think of is that the donations, quote unquote, we borrow from that until Betts clears, because it will be sold, we know that. It may be a year from now, but it'll sell. So that's just one possible thought. But
Okay. Madam Attorney, what have you got?
Yes, I actually have two things. Randy partially answered the commissioner's question because the second part of her question was, when does the firm have to be paid, which is the consultant? And I believe that there are deliverables in the contract that structure when the consultant would be paid. It's not like a lump sum that would be paid up front. So I'm not exactly sure what the deliverables are, but there's usually a percentage that they get paid after they've produced a certain percentage. So it wouldn't be that the lump sum would be all due immediately upon signing the contract. And the second thing, it might be helpful in your deliberations to understand which donations we're talking about, because many donations to the new shelter were given before y'all decided this round of the contract. I know that there were estates, we had estates before y'all were, the two newest commissioners were on the board. So it might be helpful to know which donations we're talking about, because some of those donations might have been given before you all ever asserted that you would use the donations for the new extras. And I'm sure that OMB has a breakdown of the donations, when we received them, where we received them from. I think we even had a court case from an estate that was, I believe, before the two newest commissioners were on there. So it might be helpful for y'all in your deliberations to know which donations Randy's referring to.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I absolutely want to be on the same page. And again, I'm sorry if I misspoke about using the donation money towards that. So let's just figure out how to pay for this and move forward. We did also vote that we would get a loan of, what, 7.5 million towards the animal shelter. That was something that was voted on.
That number was reduced from that, but my recommendation is not to do the borrowing until you know what the final cost is gonna be, because as I say, costs right now are very unpredictable for
Well,
construction.
I know, but I'm just saying that I want to be on the same page of how we move forward. So, Randy, how do you want to pay for this?
Randy, I must have to say, wait a minute, that's your job, okay? Randy comes forward and says, you asked me to do this, here
Randy,
it
how do
is.
you suggest we pay for this?
Randy, you should run to be a county commissioner since.
I don't wanna be a
well,
county
exactly.
commissioner.
I mean, we're the ones that are supposed to say, take it from this and use it for that, not say Randy, you know, so
Mr.
anyway.
Chair?
Yes.
Can I would suggest that we table this until we can get a printout of donations that were committed prior to, the comment of, or the direction that future donations would go towards expansion or, these add-ons. Because I think that what we will find is that there were more than sufficient donations that did not come with those strings attached. People that just wanted to see the new shelter built. There will be more than sufficient amount of money there to pay this bill, and then word can be kept to the people who donated in anticipation that or expectation that their donations were going to go to the add-ons. I am going to support it, but I think that that helps to keep this as clean as possible. That would be my suggestion.
I can support that.
We can get that information together and should be able to reprogram this for the next board agenda.
So we'll have a motion and a second on the floor, so I believe, even though it's not usually operated this way, you'll need to rescind that motion or withdraw it and the second. So,
Withdraw my motion.
so a motion withdrawn.
reluctantly, yes, I just
Okay.
don't want to kick it down
So,
another 2 weeks.
so now what you're hearing, Mr. Oliver, is that we're going to get a further breakdown per what Commissioner Kennard outlined, and it'll come back on the next agenda.
That is correct, sir.
Okay, is everybody clear with that? Okay. Any objection to that? Okay, let's move forward. Let's go on to item E2.
E2, approve budget transfers for the state attorney, solid waste, utilities, CARES Act, housing, transit, gas tax, emergency medical services, aviation, and visitor convention bureau for fiscal year 21-22.
Move approval of E2.
Second.
Okay, Commissioner Davis makes the motion, second by Commissioner Carnahan. Is there any public comment? Any further board discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Item E3, please.
Adopt and authorize the chairman to execute a resolution amending, adopting the old Homosassa Septic to Sewer Small County Outreach Program for Forest Ridge Resurfacing Project, Library Services Technology Act, Mobile Maker Space Project Grant Budget in Montezuma Waters Special Assessment Budget for fiscal years 21-22.
Move approval of E3.
Second.
So we have a motion by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comment? Say.
E4.
I don't know, we have public comment, Randy.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Janet Barrett. Okay, I was a little confused, which is, sometimes happens. Okay, Small County Outreach Program, that's our SCOP money, was for Forest Ridge resurfacing. Are they going to go back and fix the road that is deteriorated since they resurfaced it at the corner of Forest Ridge Boulevard and Lake Beverly? Because if that was in the SCOP money, it needs to be a road that's gonna last less than a year. And it has been pothole and pothole and pothole, and it's on the west side of the street, and it's on the north side going, and if you come down the hill and you come to Lake Beverly, you can't miss the potholes that have been redone and redone. And that was resurfaced, that whole thing. That's why, that's why I wanted to say something, because if we're getting SCOP money, either the state's getting cheated or we're getting cheated. And I know, I love SCOP money. I love the fact that we do get SCOP money, and we are able to get the roads that need to be paved. Okay, so I wanted to have that one straightened out before we go any further, because it was confusing to me.
Thank you. Is there anybody else wishes to speak on this motion? Okay, Mr. Oliver, you want to comment?
Yeah, I
on
can
that?
answer that. The subsoil conditions there were very marshy. That has been looked at. It's been reworked. It will be reworked, but it's going to be outside of this contract. It has nothing to do with this contract.
Okay. So, Commissioners, any other discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay, and that's 5-0. Okay, E4, please.
Yes, approve and adopt Administrative Regulation 11.19.
No,
Oh, did
we're
I
on
jump
release.
too far?
No, this is release of lien E4.
Oh, I'm sorry. Approve and authorize the chairman to execute releases of lien for property abatement assessments by and between Citrus County, Florida, and certain property owners. B, authorize the clerk to record the releases of lien in the public records of Citrus County.
Move approval of E4.
A and B.
A and B, sorry.
Okay, so Commissioner Davis makes that, second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comment? Further board discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. And that passes 4-0 so far. We'll check. Okay, item E5, please.
E5, approve and adopt Administrative Regulation Number 11.19, policy and procedures for installation of private traffic control devices for accredited private schools.
Motion to approve item E5.
Second.
Okay, Commissioner Kennard makes the motion, second by Commissioner Davis. Is there any public comment? Any further board discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. That passes 4-0 so far. Okay, E6, please.
E6 is to accept the conveyance of a 35 by 54-foot metal hanger from Dan G. Montgomery at the Inverness Airport. We would ask for approval of item A and B.
Move approval of E6, A and B.
Second.
Okay, Commissioner Davis makes a motion, second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comment? Any, oh, yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry. We also need to add to that motion, authorize the chairman to sign. That was something that was missed on the agenda memo.
Okay, so that's A, B, and C. C would be authorize the chairman to sign. Commissioner Davis and Kennard, are you good with that motion?
Yes.
E6, A, B, and C, yes.
Okay. All right, so, commissioners, anything else? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. That's 4-0 again so far. E7, please.
Yes, this is a situation where there's a maintenance agreement between Brentwood Farms and a new section that's being opened, and they're gonna capitalize on the pond that's out there. We have worked out an arrangement to make this, to facilitate this, and Swift Mud is in agreement. And we've gotten all the necessary approvals. This will permit them to move forward with the project next door, and we would ask for approval of A and B.
Move approval of E7, A, and B.
Second.
Commissioner Davis makes the motion, second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comment? Any further board discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Again, 4-0. Let's see, E8, please.
Yes, E8, the board asked us to go and get appraisals done of these various fire stations that were deemed excess. We've gotten those appraisals. We're asking that all of them be declared excess, excluding the Floral City Station, which Animal Services wants to use in the interim for storage and whatever they need it for because of the space limitations that they have. What we will do with this then is after you declare them surplus, we will list them with a real estate broker unless there's an apparent buyer that comes forward fairly quickly and sell these properties. One of them, I know at least one of them's under $1 a year lease, but if we get an offer on it, as Commissioner Davis said, it will be sold.
Okay, so what is your pleasure with E8?
Do I understand that the motion needs to say pull Floral City or no?
Yes, we need to, yes, we need to pull the Floral City Station off. You're
So
correct.
motion to approve E8, A, and B with the deletion of 7705 South Florida Avenue, Floral City.
Okay.
Second.
All right, just so we're clear though, it's on my agenda sheet, it says they're recommending that the fire station in Floral City be kept, so.
But it's
all-
listed in A.
It's all in there, okay, all right. So we have a motion for that by Commissioner Davis and second by Commissioner Kennard of A and B. And any public comment on item E8? Commissioners, any other discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. That passes unanimously. And Commissioner Davis, how do you vote on item E4?
You mean Schlebaugh?
I'm sorry,
Schlebaugh.
Commissioner Schlebaugh, how do you vote on item E4?
Aye.
And on item E5?
Aye.
And on item E6?
A and B, aye.
And on item E7?
A and B, aye, yes.
Okay, got that?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. I think on item 6 was the one we added C.
A, B, and C, aye.
Okay, I said item E6, all inclusive, when I'm just going down through it, so, anyway, as long as everybody knows what we got here, so. Okay, all right, E9, please.
Yes, E9, approve and authorize the chairman to execute HUD Form 571, certification of payments to influence federal transactions as required by HUD.
Motion to approve E9.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comment? Is there any further board discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any
Keep it up,
opposed
Commissioner
say
Davis.
nay.
Doing good.
Okay, E10, please.
Yes, E10, approve and authorize chairman to sign the contract between the government of the Virgin Islands, Core Civic, and Citrus County. Please note this is a consent to house these particular inmates. The county's not involved in the financial part of this transaction, except to the extent we get a per diem for each inmate.
Motion to approve item E10.
Second.
Okay, Commissioner Kennard makes a motion, second by Commissioner Davis. Is there any public comment?
Janet Barrick, Citrus Springs. I know there was some questions about Core Civic and they're running the jails, you know, the detention facility. What if Core Civic no longer runs it? Will this contract carry over to the new corporation that is going to possibly be running the jail? Or would you have to go down this rabbit hole again and the contract would be null and void with the Virgin Islands?
Okay, is there any other public comment? Okay, Mr. Oliver, you want to answer that?
Yes, the contract, Core Civic's an integral part of this contract, and if Core Civic doesn't run it, it would not be a contract unless the Virgin Islands decided to renegotiate that, which I think is highly unlikely.
Okay. So board, any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. That passes unanimously. Item E11, please.
Approve and authorize the chairman to execute the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission contract FWC 21-145 for the purpose of aquatic plant control between Citrus County, Florida and the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission to conduct work on eligible water bodies within Citrus County. This is an annual contract.
Motion approved, item E11.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Commissioner Kennard, second by Commissioner Davis. Is there any public comment? Any further board discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. And that's unanimous. E12, please.
Yes, hopefully we're pulling to the finish line on this project going up US 19. Approve and authorize the chairman to execute Gulf Consortium sub-recipient agreement 22034-131.01 pursuant to the Restore Act spill impact component and the State of Florida State Expenditure Plan in the amount of $5,945,000.
Motion approved, item E12.
Second.
Okay, although I did hear Commissioner Carnahan jump out there first.
You
but-
got it.
He's the one that's been fighting in
Yeah,
the
okay.
trenches for
I
this
gotta
one.
say, motion made by
I'll
Commissioner
second.
Carnahan, second by Commissioner
One
Kennard.
of us get it right.
Okay, so we got Carnahan making a motion, Kennard seconding it. Is there any public comment? Okay, Commissioners, any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. And we'll get Commissioner Davis when she comes back. Item E3, or excuse me, E13.
Yes, authorize chairman to execute the countywide stormwater utility operations and management assessments proposal letter from Neighbors Giveland for 22-23. Authorize chairman to execute the countywide stormwater utility management assessment proposal letter from Government Services Group for fiscal year 22-23. This is with MSBU's, this is required typically to keep them updated for properties that come onto the tax roll and some properties that leave the tax rolls.
Motion approved, item E13, A and B.
Second.
Okay, so Commissioner Kennard makes a motion, second by Commissioner Carnahan. Is there any public comment? Any further board discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. That passes unanimously. Commissioner Davis, how do you vote on E12?
Aye.
Aye, okay, so that makes it 5-0. Go on to E14, has been pulled. Do you want to just
Yeah,
say?
let me just do a brief update for the public on this one. Last night, we got a call from a very credible buyer. They've indicated that they are interested in this particular property, and they have put a deposit on it. We've not worked out the details, but what they represented to me was that they were going to pay the offer price, but more importantly, they were going to have a contract with only the contingency that the DRI is still in place, which means it's basically taking the property as is. Okay, and it's kind of akin to having somebody buying your house. One person wants a home inspection and the other one doesn't want a home inspection. Well, you want to take the one with no contingencies if you can. I'm also very confident that whether this person has the funds to consummate this transaction is very much not an issue.
Okay, very good. So that'll come back in the future then.
I have
Next
one-
meeting.
One question. So do we know what the type of development it would end up being with the two individuals? Because I know on the former, and I think I know on the second,
No, we have certain things in there, but I will say the quality that the person that made the proposal on has historically been very good.
Okay, yeah, that was what I wanted to ascertain.
Okay, item E15, please, which is the add-on about retainage release.
Yes, this is, we needed to do this for Ranger Construction to release the retainage because of the state's Prompt Payment Act, which is 25 days, and because of the timing with agendas, that makes it challenging sometimes for us, so we would ask for approval of that.
Approval of E15.
A and B, I see
Second.
on
A and
the
B.
agenda. Okay, so it's an A and B, and so we had approval from Commissioner Carnahan and second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comment? Any further board discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. That passes 4-0. Now we're going to move into item F.
Chair,
I'm sorry.
was that 5-0?
You
I'm
said
sorry.
4-0.
I'm sorry. Yes, 5-0.
Okay.
Okay, item number 8 has been complete. I need to get a schedule to you all of when those responses are due back. That should be fairly quickly, and how this schedule's gonna mesh. So, but we would ask for removal of item number 8.
Mr. Chair, motion to approve item F with the deletion of number 8.
Okay,
Second.
so a motion by Commissioner Kennard, second by Commissioner Davis. Is there any public comment on this? Any further board discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
That passes unanimously. That way I don't have to say numbers. Okay, let's see. Mr. Oliver, item G1.
Yes, we have Campbell McLean, who's the attorney that's representing the county in this particular transaction, because it involves a commissioner as well as the engineer here. Mr. McLean will explain, the transaction, answer any questions that may come up, and then make a recommendation to you all.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Again, my name's Campbell McLean. I'm with the law firm of Gray Robinson, and I am your attorney. I have been working for the county since 2005, and it's a pleasure to be back in front of you today. I know the topic today is somewhat eyebrow-raising, but as one of your prior presenters today mentioned, the item here today is something to do as a matter of transparency. So we want to come before you. This is a decision for the collective board to make because it involves one of your own. So my purpose here today is to explain what we are doing, how we got here, the discussion to date, and to be available for questions. I, along with the county's project engineer, are here to answer your questions today. So with that, I'd like to try to get into this presentation. You can go ahead and advance to the next slide, please. Trying to play along at home here as we do this. Yeah, yeah, no, it's all right. I think I might do better without the glasses. All right. First of all, let's talk about a bit of history about the 491 Road project. As the board is probably well aware, this was a longer project that went from south of 44 up to County Road 46. The board broke it in half a number of years ago. We've taken care of the southern half, which I'm sure you're all aware of, and this is that last bit of two-lane highway between essentially Horace Allen on the north and what we call the Leanne extension to the south. We want to get those to 4-lane, and then this project will be complete. This board made a decision on the alignment for this northern portion back in 2018. And I was part of the group that put that together as well. At that time, we considered a number of alignments, and I wanted to point out that no acquisition was required from the Schleybaugh property in any one of those alignments at that time. This is because all of the alignments needed to shift from the east side to the west side in this location. We can go to the next slide. It's probably too difficult to see here on this screen, but what this is just the property appraiser's map. And what I'm trying to illustrate here is that as you go north from Horace Allen, we have already acquired the needed right-of-way to build this project on the west side of the road. That was done as part of the 486 project when we did the intersection with 491 and 46. We came down and acquired that property from Mr. Capicelli in one of his companies. So no matter what alignment was selected by the board in 2018, it needed to move back, shift back to the western side in order to meet up with the property that we already own. Again, it's the best use of the county's funds using the land that we already hold. Next slide, please. The one thing that is important to point out, and I had to go back and look at these presentations myself, in each one of the alignments that came before this board in 2018, we showed a change to the alignment of the Horace Allen intersection. As you can tell from the last map, and if you know from driving the area, Horace Allen intersects with County Road 491 at an angle. Therefore, it's not as safe a condition. You want to have perpendicular connections, if you can, with an intersection like this. Now, County Road 491 is designated as a minor arterial, so it's, even though it says minor in the word, it's really a major road for Citrus County. County Road 46, also a minor arterial, so it's the same caliber, and we're trying to make sure that these intersections are as safe as they can be, so that the time when you finally put this new road into service, it is safe and as functional as we could possibly do at the time. So the board made the selection in 2018 to go with the eastern alignment. Again, as I mentioned, it shifted to the left, so you can go ahead to the next one. This is what the image is for the eastern alignment selection from 2018. Again, it shows that it's oriented, so west is to the top of the page, but it shows this realigned Horace Allen intersection. All right, and so this is basically the framework that staff was directed to go and design this road when design sort of came into play. Now, a few years later, we finally had funding for the design. CHW Professional Consultants was the firm tasked with designing this next phase of 491. Robert Walpole, who is behind me here, is the PE, and he is the person that will be signing and sealing the plans. And his goal is to design the safest, best road he can for Citrus County. The intersection goals for Horace Allen were to, of course, make it perpendicular to the best we could to create a safe and functional intersection and to minimize the impacts to surrounding property owners. Next slide. Now, the problems with the current location, I think this is the best starting point, is to discuss why this is a problem. We already talked about the angle. So the view from a driver trying to be at that intersection, looking back over their shoulder, the way that they come into the intersection, all of that is what makes it less safe. So that's the first item. Second issue is that where that intersection is currently located presents a problem for what we call directional access to the north. So I've got a slide that will show that. And then the third problem is that where it's currently located, if you go straight across to the east, which the idea would be that this road would be improved and extended at some point in the future when the need is there, you want it to go into something that is buildable. We have a problem with a FEMA floodplain over there. Next slide.
I think you're
Next
one
slide.
behind.
It looks like I'm probably going faster than you are. There we go. So just north of the intersection is an existing truck turnaround area that was constructed as part of the 46 project. That is this sort of bulb that you see where the X is. And also behind that is a county wastewater station. And so those are, it's a wastewater pump station. So those are existing facilities that serve and make the 491, 486 intersection safer because trucks need to be able to turn around, make that maneuver, and come back to the businesses that are up towards the intersection. So that was a safety feature built in there. With a minor arterial road and based on the Land Development Code's access management standards, we have to put a distance of 660 feet between an intersection, a full intersection, and a directional intersection. If you leave the intersection where it is, that 660 feet is now north of this existing truck turnaround that we already have. The other item is that, frankly, you've got commercial property on the other side of the road, and you can do offsetting directional access points. So it makes better sense to, first of all, protect the existing improvement that we have with the directional turnaround and to provide access into the Lecanto Venture property to the west for their future development and businesses. That's where the Culvers is going now, and that property is starting to be developed, and I think the development will continue to the south into this zone. So the directional access was the first issue. Then next slide, please. This is the other issue with the FEMA flood zone that is directly across from the intersection. So it makes it more difficult to build this road heading east in the future because it's the low spot. So we'll have flooding problems there. So it was our goal to try to avoid that as well. Go to the next slide, please. So CHW identified issues with pushing the intersection too far south as well. And this had to do with the existing business that is just south of where that proposed intersection is supposed to be, along with some operational issues that I'll explain briefly. So here again is that image, if you'll go to the next slide, from the 2018 route study. This is the proposed conceptual alignment for Horace Allen at this point. As you notice, there's the white building there on the east side of the road. That is a company called Baker Distributing. And so we met with the owner of that property out in the field. But as you'll note, if you go further south, you're going to hit right into that business. The road is going to go through that business, and we don't want that. We don't want to put anyone out of business as part of this project. I already explained why too far north is a problem. The other issue is that there's a turn lane problem. So if you are traveling north on County Road 491 and you want to take a right at this future intersection, a right-hand turn lane would be needed. If we were to put a right turn lane in that configuration, we would be wiping out most of the front parking for that business. And we'd also be impacting their driveway access, where their driveway could conceivably be in the turn lane itself, which is, again, another safety problem for our designer. So if you'll go to the next slide, please. This is the design that we essentially came up with. We pushed that intersection a bit further to the north. Now we're impacting another property to the north, but this is where the east side of the intersection would intersect. What that does, you can see there's a right-hand turn lane that is designed there that is on the northbound 491 lane. And so we were able to get a sufficient length of a right-hand turn lane. We are missing Baker Distributing and all of their parking. This is the best place for it. It keeps that turnaround up there, that truck turnaround I mentioned, it keeps that in play, so we have directional access up there as well. The problem that we had was when we started looking at how this affects Baker Distributing. And so this is what a car would do. This is a regular passenger car coming out of Baker in the after condition. Part of this road project includes putting a median into property that the county already owns. That median is going to change access flow into and out of this Baker Distributing site. Now, that's pretty normal. That's part of any road project. But what we noticed was that this particular business could be creating some issues, not willingly, but it could create issues and safety problems. Now, what this is showing right here is a passenger vehicle coming out of the business, crossing 2 lanes of traffic that is for a road that has design speed of 45 miles an hour, trying to get into a turn lane, and then making a U-turn at the intersection. Now, it shows that it's possible. It's not something we want to encourage, but that's what happens on roads. The problem is with the next slide. This is what a truck maneuver would look like coming out of Baker Distributing in the after. Truck drivers are pretty amazing folks. They can get their trucks in and out of pretty tight spaces. But that's just what we call a WB50. That's not even the largest type of truck that we believe sometimes comes into this site, but it's a standard truck that they have. And what we don't want are these large trucks coming out of that site, trying to get in, across the 2 lanes of traffic, get into the turn lane, and then block the intersection trying to make a crazy U-turn. That's the danger problem. That's the safety issue that we identified, and that we thought, well, gosh, is there some way that we can fix this? So we did, and we had a group of consultants that were all sitting down trying to look at how to. Sir? Yes.
Do we know how those trucks are leaving Baker Distributing now?
Yes, right now it's a 2-lane road with no divided highway. So they have complete ingress, egress directly out of that driveway.
So they just pull out, turn left or right, doesn't
That's
matter?
correct, right. They have unrestricted southbound and northbound access.
So it's the median that's creating the issue here?
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct. And, you know, if they don't do it at this intersection, the next opportunity is up at maybe 491. And we have the same problem with traffic coming south. So coming south, the next intersection, I believe, is going to be Finnissy, will be the full median opening for this phase of the project. And, you know, it's just not preferable to have these large trucks making those maneuvers, blocking up traffic, if it's something that we can reasonably avoid. So we looked into doing that. I believe that's all the points I wanted to make. So if you'll go to the next slide, please. So what we came up with was extending the leg from the intersection east. And what that allows us to do is to provide cross-access to the rear of the Baker distributing site. And this will allow trucks to circulate into and out of that property without a problem. And it makes the intersection safer, it makes it function better, and it provides, it eliminates potential claims for damages that we might receive in the eminent domain process from Baker distributing. I'm not going to say to you that it's that there will not be a claim. I know they are represented, even though we met with the owner, and the owner told us he thought that was fantastic, that this plan that we did will make it better for him and safer for their business and the trucks. Notwithstanding, he's hired an attorney, so that is what it is.
And it is Attorney Appreciation Day, too.
It is. Thank you for pointing that out.
Thank you. I'm just happy I'm not here to talk about the library.
Thanks, Campbell. Thank you.
Yeah. Anyway, so next slide, please. I'm going to show the outbound maneuver. Again, this is a large truck. This is WB 62. So this is about as large as we'll ever be into or out of the site, but it works. So the only thing that we had to do is we had to acquire more right-of-way, extend that intersection down a ways, and then connect it to the back site of Baker. Now, we've done this elsewhere on the project. There's a Florida cancer specialist that is on the southern end. We have, because of where the hospital intersection is going to be, they had the same problem. We were basically having to take their frontage. We weren't able to get a sufficient length of a turn lane into that property. But we said, listen, if you let us reroute you, we're going to reroute you to the side. We'll build that for you. Then you'll have direct access to an intersection. They, again, thought that was wonderful. So we're closing their driveway as part of this process. And by the way, we have that contract. It's now been signed by both the owner and the tenant. So we're very happy to be able to bring that to Randy, and we'll be getting that signed and closed shortly. So it worked down there. It's our proposal up here, and we believe this is the best solution for the engineering issues that are involving this intersection. I think we'll get a better intersection out of it that will function better, and it will most importantly protect an existing business that's been here for quite some time. And that was our direction as your consultants, to make sure that we don't make things worse. So let's go to the next slide, please. So this is a graphic of what the area is that we need to acquire in order to build this intersection properly. And so you can see there's a lot of red. The red is fee simple land that we need to purchase. There's a good segment on the west side of the road that we need from the Old Dirt Road Property Group. We're in negotiations with them. The property on the east side to the north is parcel 3012. We've already acquired that property, and we are actually putting a drainage pond on that property. So, and we will be able to bring a surplus area to this board that you can then sell for a commercial value down the road. But we bought that in an arm's length transaction. It was listed for sale. We grabbed it, and that way we avoided all of the eminent domain problems of them hiring experts, hiring an attorney, figuring out what the impact would be from taking a piece of that property. So we believe that was a very good situation. That it still leaves us with the Schleybaugh property. And so what you're seeing here is we are bifurcating their land. Before, they have a large 60-acre piece in the back, and then this sort of corridor that goes between 3012 and Baker Distributing. We're creating that sort of peanut shape, which is an isolated remainder, but it's still usable, but it's impacted. It's damaged, according to our consultants. If you'll go to the next slide, please. So about parcel 310, about the Schleybaugh property. It's owned by Commissioner Schleybaugh and her husband. It was purchased in 2002. It is commercially zoned property. It connects to a residential property in the back. Like I said, it's about 60 acres. And they purchased it 4 years prior to this particular project ever appearing in the CIP. So I think it's important, and I want to say for the record, that the idea that the Schlabachs speculated on this particular property in anticipation of maybe being impacted by eminent domain or the county's road project is not consistent with the title history. I do not believe that to be the case. Another point that I want to bring up is that also Commissioner Schlabach was not on this commission in 2018 when the decision was made for the particular alignment that I discussed earlier. And I also want to add that there was no influence to the design team or the consultants or staff from Commissioner Schlabach about this matter whatsoever. This is a matter that came up through the design process. It's in the normal course. And this is something that we identified was an improvement and a betterment for this particular intersection that makes the road safer. There was no influence or consultation. In fact, they didn't know about it until I showed up with a draft appraisal on hand and said, we need to talk about your property. That was the only impact or involvement that was had there. Let's see. Go to the next slide, please. Citrus County hired, well, we have a team of consultants, but what was required for this was a land planner, a site engineer, and an appraiser, an MAI appraiser. They are the same people that are doing all of the properties up and down this route and assessing those and evaluating those, where they reached this value conclusion of $268,700. And what we did is we had to consider how to treat the Schlabachs. She has constitutional rights, she and her husband, I should say, they're joint owners. They have constitutional rights under Florida law. And so the question is whether they should be treated differently because of her position on this board. My advice to this council and to the way I approach this, and my partner Kent Hipp, we advise that they should not receive any special treatment because of her position on this commission. They should also not receive any negative treatment because of that position. We're going to try to treat them like we treat everybody else on the project, and then we want to make sure this is all presented in the open in this kind of a forum so that you all understand how we've handled this matter. So that is the 25% additional incentive offer, and we have made that on other properties. In fact, the cancer center that I just mentioned, the deal that we just got documented today, was also offered 25% for, in addition to the appraised value for that acquisition. And it got it done. It got it done without them hiring outside appraisers, outside engineers, outside land planners, or an outside legal counsel, all of whom this body would have to pay for as part of the process. So next slide, please. So we presented the appraisal, we presented the incentive offer, we presented the Schlabachs with the standard Citrus County contract that we use for all other owners on the project, and they accepted that. They accepted that without requiring us to go spend money, additional public funds, on any of those experts or any of those outside counsel. So for those reasons, we believe that we've handled this in the most straightforward way we can. They've executed that agreement, and that's what's here before you today. I realize there may be other questions, and so I'm here to take your questions, as is Mr. Walpole, and I think that concludes my presentation.
Okay.
May I?
Yes.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I was prepared to make the motion.
Go right ahead, sir.
Yeah.
Make a motion to approve item G1, A through D.
Second.
Okay, so I heard Commissioner Kennard make the motion and Commissioner Carnahan on the second, and that's G1A, B, C, D. Is that correct? Is that all the alphabets we need on this, Madam Attorney?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so A, B, C, and D. So I have a motion, a second. Is there any public comment on the motion? Yes, ma'am, please come forward. But give us your name for the record, and you got 3 minutes.
Deb Spence, I just have one question, and is there going to be a light control in that intersection? Because it's difficult to cross across Horace Allen right now, and with all the new buildings and companies that are coming in, it's going to be even more difficult to get across that intersection.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Sabrina Watson. I just have a couple of comments. I hung out specifically to hear this. I think it was very well presented, and I really appreciate that. I felt that there was a great deal of transparency there as well. And I do just want to make the statement that just because Commissioner Schleybaugh is commissioner doesn't make her any less of a citizen. Again, I appreciate the presentation. I would actually like to purchase your crystal ball, you know, the one that you used in 2002. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other comment on this motion?
Janet Barrett, Citrus Springs. I've sat through a lot of meetings for the 491, and I'm glad that this hopefully is going to be one of the last ones before you start construction. And I think that it's a fair price for a piece of land to do something positive for the citizens of Citrus County.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay, no more public comments. Randy, about the signalization? I mean,
There will be a signal there.
Okay, so there'll be signalization.
I just have one comment
Yes,
too.
yes.
The excellent presentation, Campbell, thank you, and happy Attorney's Day. I will just say that one other point in terms of, since we brought up citizen trust in government many times today, we actually didn't have to have this public meeting because I believe it's Mr. Oliver already has the authority to sign all of these contracts, but we specifically brought it forward to make sure that the citizens got to hear the entire presentation, so.
Okay, any other comments from the board?
Yeah,
Yeah, go ahead, Commissioner Kennard.
I'll just make a quick comment. I was interested in seeing the presentation and why the alignment was changed, so forth, which necessitated the purchase of additional property. I had questions, as I asked about the truck's turnaround, was it the median causing the problem, what was happening there? Did a great job presenting. Obviously, by making the motion, I'm sold on it, so.
Great. Commissioner Carney, something to say?
I'm good.
Okay. Yeah, me too. I discussed this. Somebody brought this up at a meeting I was at yesterday with some citizens groups, and I said, in my opinion, I would rather see the person get the 25% incentive. Nothing against attorneys, but instead of spending it on attorneys and other, litigation, that we still have to pay for that anyway. This way, it's almost like the no contingency sale. We know it's going to happen and go forward. So again, I think it's a fair thing to do. And yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, I just have some housekeeping matters to
You're going
take
to
care
say
of
for the
before.
record, you can't comment and vote or all that stuff.
Actually, first I was going to ask the record to please reflect that Commissioner Kennard complimented an attorney today.
Can we
'Cause,
replay the tape?
I think I heard that, and I would say that I appreciate that because Campbell and I actually were law school classmates. It was interesting when I came to the county to find that he was representing the county. But aside from all of that, Commissioner Schleybaugh needs to make a pronouncement before the vote, and she needs to state her intentions to complete the proper conflict forms.
Mr. Schleybaugh.
Yes, I recuse myself and will sign the proper forms.
And you're recusing yourself because the vote would inure to your personal benefit.
Would be a detriment or a benefit.
Perfect.
Okay. Are you happy with all that?
Yes, sir.
So we have everything in record. We've listened to the public. I have that it's being, the motion is made by Commissioner Kennard, second by Commissioner Carnahan. Any further board discussion? Okay, since we went through all this elaborate presentation, let's have a roll call vote.
Commissioner Kennard,
Aye.
Commissioner Carnahan,
Aye.
Commissioner Davis,
Aye.
Chairman Kitchen.
Aye. So it passes 4-0. Thank you very much. Great presentation. Thank you.
Take
And
dinner
we could
tonight.
have done that before the library discussion, but we thought you guys want to hang around for that. So.
Wouldn't their bill have been less if we had done that early?
Okay, let's see, item G2, Mr. Oliver.
Yes, item G2 is, as you're aware, we have we had excess revenue over expenses. We have to budget every year a 5% contingency. So roughly, if everything's perfect, we'll wind up with $4 to $5 million at the end of the year. Well, at the end of the year, we wind up with $3,924,435. We are recommending replacing some significant equipment and replenishing our general fund contingency a little bit. for the live stream additional contribution that we were not aware of because of the way the state did this. Bottom line, however, is after doing that, there is about there's $2,769,435 that will go into reserves. We're recommending that you keep that there temporarily until you approve the CIP. And when consulting with the CIP, after you agree with that and get that the way you want it, then those funds can be applied to projects that you think will benefit citizens the most.
So at this point, you're asking for approval of the listed expenditures as well as holding on to the $2,700,000.
That's correct, sir.
So board understands that. If that's the case, we look for a
Mr.
motion.
Chair, approval of G2.
Second.
Okay, so Commissioner Carnahan makes a motion, second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comment? Any further commissioner discussion? I'm sure you'll remind us, Mr. Oliver, to have that discussion about the 2.7 million, right?
We will.
Okay, very good. Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. That passes unanimously. Let's see, we've taken care of H1. We're down to advisory board announcements.
Announce 5 vacancies on the Historic Resource Advisory Board. Please note that some of these positions are restricted to certain occupations. One's an architect, one's an archaeologist, one's a historian, and then there are 2 at-large members. And these terms will expire January 31st of 2024. This has historically been a hard board to get people to submit applications and also attend the meetings because they've had trouble with quorums before.
And also have another question. Again, not to muddy the water, but I thought we had a discussion at one time, Madam Attorney, that said we have to try to fill per these categories or the closest we can get to it. Or does the board set empty if we can't find anybody? Or, in other words, let's say somebody came forward like a Hampton Dunn. You know, could he qualify as a historian? You know what I'm saying? Something like that.
I think that those terms are loosely applied, but I will say that it depends on the specific enabling document, however the board was created, as to whether or not there's any leeway. Different boards are constituted different ways, so I can't say universally.
Maybe you can have Mr. Sherman, Mr. Oliver look into that and see if the board's given any leeway, because if we can never find an archaeologist that wants to serve on this board, but other people might want to, and if we have some leeway, it might be worth looking into, so.
Well, I mean, with professionals like architects and engineers, that's pretty easy to deem those qualifications. An architect or archaeologist is not quite as well defined, but I will ask Mr. Sherman to do that.
Well,
Thank you. I'm sorry, yes.
I don't know. Engineering shoes are very hard to fill.
Oh, really? Okay. Okay, so let's go on to committee reports. Item J, who wants to start?
I don't have any.
You don't have anything? Commissioner Slabaugh?
No, nothing.
Commissioner Kennard? Commissioner Davis?
I do. Have TDC tomorrow. Shout out to Jody. She passed 2 on her Instagram, so she has now reached her goal of passing Amelia Island, so she's pretty jazzed about that. I also sat in on, this is really cool stuff, sat in on the NACO committee meeting. There was a White House briefing on the Bipartisan Innovation Act, and I found out some fun facts that, let's see, last year, 1/3 of our inflation was caused by the chip shortage. We used to be 40% of global production of chips. We are now down to 10%. And so part of this Innovation Act is looking to expand semiconductor hubs around the country. I'm actually going to get to stuff that gets to citrus in just a moment. I just want to give you the background. Half of the high-wage jobs in the last 10 years have been created in only 41 counties in the United States, and 90% of the growth is in only 5 metro areas in the United States. Kind of scary, right? So here's what this Bipartisan Innovation Act wants to do, is basically spread the high-wage growth, innovation, and economic development to less metro areas, such as Citrus County. They've mentioned specifically advanced energy production like EV batteries or solar, quantum computing, and biotech. But I believe that we could do aquaculture and work with the university, and there seems to be a lot of groundswell of support for that in this county, and I think that would be a really good idea. They're looking at the total funding on this would be in the 40 to 50 billion range. It's to strengthen research and development and grow high-wage jobs, like I said, in not those 40 whatever counties. And that's it on committee reports. I've got something when it comes back to just stuff.
Okay, I had an interesting thing on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. I was in St. Pete, or as Doug and I say, Pinellas Park, right? That's where it was, for the TBRPC Regional Leadership Summit on resiliency. That's it. Thank you, sir. And so first, the exciting news is that it was also combined with the 28th Annual Future of the Regions Award, and they give out a whole list of awards to projects that do just that, face the future, and projects the best identify it. And I am just, I'm surprised that nobody has heard about this, but I'm just extremely pleased that I was asked to, anybody remember who, now her name just completely left my head, used to be the anchor on Bay News 9 for 10 years, I want to say, Veronica, remember Veronica? Yeah, well, she was the MC for it. And so when it got to the biggest award for which is the McIntosh Award, which is the overall award of everything given by the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council, they asked me to come up and give the award because it was given to Save Crystal River, which was huge, because now what that means is, of all, I mean, these projects that win down there are things like MacDill Air Force Base and, you know, Tampa Airport and stuff like that. And so the fact that that program 1A was a huge thing for Citrus County. Lisa Moore was there to accept it, as well as their new administrator. And so I think what's going to fascinating about that is that it is such a success story. Now, when they go back to the state for funding in the future, they can show that they're a regionally recognized success story that has. And I'll tell you why I felt good when I got them to enter, was because when I invited them down a couple of years ago, and I was the chairman and made that presentation, the board down there was wowed by it. You know, and everybody kept saying, "Come to my county and tell us how to do it and how to do it." So I knew if we could get them in the nominating process, that they had a very good chance of winning. And I thought they'd win in their category, but the fact that they won the biggie overall was really amazing. So congratulations to Save Crystal River, that brought regional acclaim to Citrus County and what they're doing. Also, some fascinating discussions. The whole 2 days, they had different panels. One that really came up was interesting was the concept between affordable housing, which I know is real important to some of you guys, and things like transportation. And every time they talked about resiliency and everything else, the key focus was transportation, because the point was, if you need affordable housing, a lot of times folks don't have 2 cars, and some don't have any cars, and if there's no regional transportation network or whatever, then if you have affordable housing built away from the work centers, then that really defeats the purpose. So same thing with food, you know, that you got to pay attention to where people go to get their food. And so they had a lot of these concepts where, you know, we have the 50 and over, like apartments and stuff, and it really works well with apartments, but they have a lot of these concepts where they have what they call the market-driven rate mixed in with the affordable housing rates, and they're all in the same building. So you can't look at a building and say that's affordable housing or that's market-driven or whatever. They also talked a great deal about density bonuses and things like that. So some of the things we've already touched on. But a lot of those presentations, I think, are on their website if you're interested in seeing them. But they had really good, the mayors from Tampa, St. Pete, Clearwater, and Largo were there, and which are the 4 largest cities in the Tampa Bay region. Very good discussion. They asked questions. You hear input from everybody else. But and again, I was very happy to see our secretary, David Gwynn, was there all 3 days and sat there. And he was signaled out by how good he is at listening about transportation issues. So it's an overall event, great success, I think, and congratulations to Save Crystal River. And that's the only committee report I have for right. Oh, and I already talked about the canvassing board, so everybody's aware of that. So we're going back to the way we were before. So, let's see, so we're up to, let me make sure I'm on the right track here. So we're going to Commissioner Carnahan
Nothing.
and Commissioner Kennard. Nothing. Commissioner Davis.
Yes, sir. Very quickly, I just want to talk about, just give the citizens a briefing on how it wrapped up last week with the strategic planning process. So the two consultants that ran it did an outstanding job. Two of my colleagues, they may want to mention what they thought of it as well, I don't know. They were with me last week on Tuesday, and we came up with vision, mission, and strategic goals. And from here, and one of the best things about it is under strengths, they listed our staff. So, and staff was lined up, you know, some of the more senior staff was lined up along the wall listening, so they got some staff love, which I thought was outstanding. Where we go from here, the consultant will write everything up and put forward his more polished version of what came out of those sessions. We should get that within a couple of weeks. We will make that, we'll make any adjustments that we want. Typically, it's going to be a very light touch, just for wording or things like that, but it'll come through pretty much unscathed from what it is currently. We'll make it make it into a presentation, and then there's going to be essentially a roadshow workshop with citizens type scenario, which I have volunteered to be involved in around the county. And that'll take basically for the rest of the year, just getting citizen input on where we are. Then we go forward to the board retreat in January. We actually put specific strategic initiatives. For example, we want to take X number of septics offline in the next 5 years, because this is a 5-year plan. And all of those very specific numerical goals that can be judged in terms of whether we were effective at it or not over the 5 years, those numbers will go to the staff. They'll tell us, hey, we can do that. Hey, you're nuts, we can't do that. Or, hey, it's somewhere in between. So they have to be reasonable goals, achievable goals. So it'll be that interplay in the first couple of months of I can't believe I'm saying this, 2023, and then that will help inform the budgetary process for that following budget cycle. And that's where we are. And would you like to add anything?
Yeah, I was only able to make it there on Tuesday, but I was impressed. I was impressed with the cross-section of the community that was there. I was impressed with how involved everybody was. Very, very different groups of people at each table, but when they came up to give their presentations, it was interesting how they all kind of, there were some common themes, there was a common thread through each of the presentations. So I thought it was well done, and I was truly thankful that that I was there and that you put this together. So thank you. I think it'll result in a good product.
Okay.
Commissioner Slaybaugh, do you want to add anything?
Yeah,
Over
I
there?
think you covered it.
All
Good
right.
job.
All right, Commissioner Slaybaugh, anything?
No, I've done.
Okay, I had a couple things I wanted to mention, just to start thinking about. If, when you look at our upcoming workshops, our next workshop, according to this, is gonna be at 9 a.m. on residential road resurfacing. Last time we did that, the very first thing we determined was, we can talk all day long, and we're not gonna get anywhere until we identify a funding source. So I would encourage everybody to really go home, talk to folks, and find out if we're gonna get behind a 0.5-cent sales tax or 1 cent, or if we're not. And finally, and well, for whatever, make a decision on that, because we can kick formulas around, and we all know nobody's gonna be happy, 100% happy with whatever we have. The only way we're gonna advance that road resurfacing is with identifying a funding source. And I agree with people, if it's an ad valorem tax increase, it'll never go all to roads. So we need to think about that. The other thing I failed to mention, I mentioned the mayor's panel down at the Resiliency Summit. I thought the most intriguing one was the county administrators forum. Because they were asking very, very good questions, and in my 22 years in elected government, it's the only clear, concise reading I ever heard of people that know what their job description is. Because these these administrators are going down the list, and they were given to these proverbials, and every single administrator goes, that's an elected official decision. It's not the administrator, it's the elected. Where does the money come from? That's an elected official position. That has not come from the county administrator. We could make recommendations, but I was listening over and over and over again to all these questions, and they had good insight, and what they kept saying was that sometimes their staff and staff in general would say, well, this is probably going to cost too much, and, we don't know if we should bring it forward or not. And all they kept saying is, that's not your call. That's the administrator, that's the elected official's call. So if the administrator asked for ideas or thoughts, and they were encouraged to bring forward their best thoughts, and then let the elected officials decide. So all my elected official colleagues were sitting around the table going, amen, amen. It's great to hear people that understand what commissioners are supposed to do. So with that said, Madam Attorney.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
can I make
Yeah.
one comment?
Yeah.
Just as we are putting in thought and preparing for the discussion on residential road resurfacing and a funding source, and I agree with you, we can talk about it all day long until we identify a funding source. My only word of caution would be that there is if we decide to go down this road of putting a sales tax initiative on the ballot at some point, there's a lot of legwork, a lot of homework to be done first, a lot of groundwork to be done first, and let's don't get too far ahead of our skis on putting out there whether or not we're going to support a half cent or a full cent initiative, whether it's 3 years or 5 year sunset or a 10 or 20-year sunset. I would suggest that we dial back a little bit and decide whether or not we are willing to support putting a local option sales tax on the ballot, and then let's see where the information and groundwork kind of leads us. That it looks like this is what people would be most willing to accept with these conditions. This is what people would support with these conditions. So before we start kind of backing ourselves into one particular position, I think we should wait and see let it be data driven, if you will.
Sure, but again, people are going to say, what are you doing about road resurfacing? And the
Yeah.
answer is going to be nothing. What we're doing right now, that's all we can do.
Yeah.
And it's been going on for a long time. And the reason we're behind, as you know, is we weren't spending anything on road resurfacing for a long time. So I just don't want us to come in and have a workshop on road resurfacing that takes 5 minutes and we drag everybody in here to do it to say, okay, well, we're going to do more when we have more money, and that's the end of it. So do we really think we're going to accomplish something at a residential road resurfacing? What other than identifying, knowing that we need a funding source, what is it that we expect to accomplish? Yes, sir.
I think there are two components. One's obviously the funding, and that's the thing. You can come up with any great formula you want, but if you don't have the money, you're not going to get there.
Right.
But the second part of it is, and I don't know whether the direction of the board's changed, what I heard the last time we discussed this was some of the members of the commission wanted to look at the methodology for whether it's worst to first, it's density, or some other combination to do it. But it gets back to my old adage, if it isn't my road, it'll be the wrong road.
Mm-hmm. Well, and again, I know there was talk about tweaking the formula, but the last time we had this topic, everybody said, well, we talked about it, but we're not going to get anything better than what we have. But I have no problem. I'm going to be here, so I'm trying to lay out what it is we expect to accomplish when we come into these, because I hate bringing everybody in and us looking at each other and going like, well, why are we here? I hope we come in prepared with some initiative. I can tell you, I've been talking to people for years, as you have, Commissioner Kennard. You went out and did the road show on this, I remember. Mm-hmm. If we have a very simple set of bullets it must do this, 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 and this. That's what you start talking about. And when I've told people what those specific bullets are, it's almost unanimous agreement. Put it on the ballot. Not saying I'm for it,
Right.
but why should an elected person ever have a problem with putting something on the ballot?
Right.
I mean, that's what elections are for, right? So that's the big question I think that's going to be before us. So just keep that in the back of your mind. Madam Attorney, you got anything for us today?
I have nothing, thank you.
Okay, great. Open to the public. Does anybody here wish to speak?
You know, I stay for the whole meeting just for this.
Clock is
Janet-
ticking, ma'am.
Janet Barrett, Citrus Springs Civic Association, number one. Citrus Springs is having a meet and greet July 21st. It's open to all candidates. No politics involved, just meet and greet the candidates. April 21st, we have our regular monthly meeting. Any of the commissioners are welcome to come. It's open to the public, okay? It starts at 7. The residential road resurfacing and repaving workshop, I do plan on being there because I plan on having some people with me that feel that, it's time. And I'm glad you're finally, because if Mr. Oliver tries to find $13 million, like he was asked to do, he's going to really have a hard time. Okay? And residents are not going to be very happy with a tax that will never go away. And that's the thing. You always promise taxes, are going to go away. They never do. So that's one of the biggest things. When you get your goals presentation, the Citrus Springs Civic Association would love to have you come to one of our meetings and present. And I'm sure, because I'm also a member of the Beverly Hills Civic Association, they would also love to have you come present. Okay, different areas, but, and I think it's good if you get out there at the civic associations. Now, I know you guys are finally gonna sell some of these buildings that you rent for $1 a year. Okay, now I think that's kind of nice. And I know the other month I said, we'd be willing to buy the, Citrus Springs building, but you raised the price from $1, which is what you told us 4 years ago. And now I don't know if you want to sell it anymore. But if you do want to sell it, just let me know a number.
Mr. Oliver, get an appraisal.
You got a number?
We don't engage with the public at the podium. Just
Okay.
keep making.
But anyhow, when I come up here, I came because the board had their meeting. When someone in the audience says, she's from Citrus Springs, and that's not her, it isn't always the whole membership that I'm speaking for. But the elected board, when they tell me to come on a Thursday before this meeting, I show up, or at least I try. And those were the topics we did talk about at our board meeting. So I want you to realize that. Thank you for your time and patience. And if you can give me a number, Mr. Oliver, I might be able to write you a check.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak to the board at this time? Any further public input? Okay, we'll close public input. Mr. Oliver, you got a number?
No.
Okay,
If you
I
want
didn't
to
think.
sell it and
Yeah.
you're serious about it, I need to get an appraisal.
Right.
That appraisal's gonna be fairly costly, because that's a substantial building. And I don't think that the appraised value will be within the means of the association, but, I don't know their financial status.
Well, if you would have had a number, I would have been surprised for that reason, because the board never gave you direction to go out and put it up for sale and have it appraised or whatever, so. Oh, yes.
I just wanted to say thank you, Janet, for the invitation, and also thank you for helping out so graciously with the coffee and whatnot at the town hall, so appreciate that.
Anything else, board members? Okay, we will have our next regular meeting April 26th at 1 PM, and after that, May 10th at 1 PM, and after that, May 24th at 1 PM. Also remind everybody, April 26th at 1:30 is the special library board meeting, is that correct? That's what we have planned, I believe, right? So just so we're clear on that. Okay, thank you all very much, and we're adjourned.
Amy, don't forget your cord here.
Leave everything here, Doug?
Right.